American Comics. Create the Man in Black, start interviewing the three-body problem. Chapter 41. In fact, the cleaning program is indeed just a serious thing similar to a web crawler. It does take time for him to clean up. According to normal circumstances, it does take an hour to clean up the remaining half of the Earth. However, Qin Yun knew that Ultron would not stand by and watch this happen. As an AI with high intelligence, he can do many things. In order to prevent him from jumping over the wall in a hurry, such as forcibly shutting down the nuclear power plant, destroying the basic data of the network, or giving false navigation orders to the plane, Qin Yun can only play tricks. After all, it is really difficult to finish what is going to happen like that. The so-called Ming Shou Plank Road darkens Qinkang. The sweeping program comes from the Trisolaran civilization, and is indeed a very powerful program that can do damage to Ultron. But not enough. Therefore, the nearly 2,000 network repeaters are actually the killer feature. With the existing network system on the Earth, it is very difficult to make the cleaning program run too fast. The function of the repeater, in addition to controlling the network and preventing Ultron's program from escaping, has another most critical function. Speed up your cleaning routines. When the radius of the cleaning program is expanded to the maximum, it is actually the last moment. Because the Earth is round. When he has been able to cover the whole world, the repeater on the other side can instantly read the current data. It's like copying and pasting, using the data of the previous half of the Earth in an instant to spread the ants to the rest of the world. The speed in this is very fast. Moreover, there is a key point. Just let Ultron know how powerful the cleaning program is. Therefore, in the previous hour, Qin Yun was actually wasting time, just to let Ultron feel that the cleaning program was running. The reason why Qin Yun came to the Avengers Alliance was not simply because he wanted to keep the people of the Avengers Alliance from doing things. From the beginning to the end, he had one purpose: delaying time. He knew that Ultron would contact the Avengers Alliance after trying to fight the sweeping program. Therefore, Qin Yun sent T-1000 to Stark Building. If it wasn't for Qin Yun's character, he would have done what he had to do, and he wouldn't have come here to talk nonsense. When Ultron appeared, Qin Yun knew that his plan was half successful. Having suffered from the cleaning program, Ultron will definitely set a trigger condition for his subroutine on the network. That is, once infected with the cleaning program, it is necessary to disconnect from the main body. This is inevitable. However, this process cannot be too fast. Because once Ultron finds out he really can't escape, he'll jump the wall. Unless you wait until the cleaning program is expanded to the maximum and use a repeater to disconnect all Ultron subroutines in an instant, otherwise this process will make a lot of noise. So, Qin Yun and them BBW for so long, swearing and telling stories, all just to temporarily dispel Ultron's idea of jumping over the wall. Just procrastinating. After all, in Ultron's view, he still has a lot of time. 1 hour is enough for him to do many, many things. The story of a parallel universe and a huge new world are enough to attract the curiosity of Ultron, a newborn. Until this time, the repeater exerted force in an instant. It will be able to completely clean Ultron out of the network in the true sense. Qin Yun felt that his plan was perfect. The result is also very good. Ultron disappeared from the network without even giving any commands to his subroutine. The current him may be hiding in some corner, cursing the street with a disconnected device. When an intelligent life leaves the network, the threat is greatly reduced. However, there are still accidents in the process. Qin Yun didn't know until now. He just told a story, and the system reminded him to discover the meaning of the final secret. No. Is that really the case? Reminiscent of the feeling that I didn't feel insufficient inspiration when I was telling the story, those casualty figures and the parameters of those bases seemed to be printed in my mind, blurting out. Even now, he can repeat the random numbers. It doesn't look like he made it up at all. It's more like a story I already knew. But how is this possible? He is obviously a time traveler. In the previous life, it was just a relatively powerful game planner. Game planning. Wait, game planning. Qin Yun kept repeating this word, as if thinking of something. Why do I keep saying that I'm just a game planner? Regarding his past, the things before time travel, he just knew that he was a game planner. He never expressed any surprise about it. But thinking of these things, he tried hard to recall what happened in the years when he was a game planner in his previous life. But nothing. He couldn't think of any details. I just think that it is very reasonable for me to be a game planner. Is it reasonable? Qin Yun felt that his brain was going to be broken, and even his body was a little empty, so he quickly sat down on a chair beside him. Boss, your heart rate is too fast. What happened? On the side, 404 sensed that Qin Yun's condition seemed to be a little bad, so he hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. I just thought of something. Qin Yun waved his hand, but suddenly rushed to 404 and asked. 404, can you remember, what did you do before you came to the man in black? Speaking of this, 404 suddenly straightened his chest. Once, I was a soldier. A soldier who defended the country. Then how many years have you been a soldier? Why didn't you become a soldier? When asked about the details, 404 shook his head. Forget it, it's been too long. Such an answer made Qin Yun silent. System, you really dug a big hole for me. In the Stark building, Qin Yun's T-1000 suddenly stopped moving. What happened to him? Didn't move again. Maybe it's dealing with things. After all, it's remote control. Tony guessed. So, what's the situation now? That crazy AI is eliminated. It's over. Thor plopped down on the couch, playing with his hammer. Can I call it a day when I'm done? Then I'll go back to Asgard first. As the only Avenger who did not lose to the people on Earth, Thor always felt that the atmosphere just now was very strange. Especially when Nick was arguing with Qin Yun, he was considered a half-outsider and it was really not easy to intervene. The most important thing is that the news he got from Qin Yun today was too shocking. He wants to go back and consult his father. Nick got up silently, ready to leave. He wanted to find out the truth too much, and what he heard today made him a little bit broken, so he had to find a way to prove it. Subconsciously, I remembered a certain BB machine that I hadn't used for a long time. Just when everyone was preparing to go back to their respective homes and find their own mothers. Qin Yun's voice appeared again. It's over. Who told you it's over? Ultron hasn't been wiped out yet. My men are locating him, and we're not done yet. As he spoke, Qin Yun turned his gaze to Tony. I didn't bother you before because I still have important things to do. Now, tell me, how do you solve the problem of hitting me? And the one who shot me with an arrow. Good guy. Started to settle accounts after Autumn. Tony and Hawkeye froze for a moment. Then Tony even defended. This matter is a misunderstanding. After all, it's not unreasonable for me to subconsciously shoot you on the window of my house, right? Oh, that's not what you said before. Didn't you say that it was because you have never seen such liquid metal? Qin Yun pointed at himself and extended his hand. In an instant, the arm began to melt and flow, until the silver-white liquid solidified into Tony's appearance. It was the form that Tony was attacking with a repulsive cannon just now. It's so vivid, it's almost like a scene repeating itself. Ahem, let's do this, we will compensate you, for Hawkeye's previous arrow, S.H.I.E.L.D. will pay for it. Nick smoothed things out from the sidelines. Before he had a thorough understanding of the details of the Man in Black, he couldn't have a bad fight with Qin Yun. Tony rolled his eyes when he heard Nick's words. Hawkeye's money is paid by S.H.I.E.L.D., so I have to pay by myself. Don't you treat rich people differently? However, things that can be solved with money are not things. Tony Stark lacks money for everything. I am preparing to let Qin Yun report the number very generously. But Qin Yun just shook his head, who said, I want money. What use is money to me? To be honest, things like USD are really useless to Qin Yun now. What he wants to buy is in the system mall, which requires system funds. As for the currency used by ordinary people, he has already mastered the entire internet of the earth. How much money can't he get out? Now he can be said to be the second Ultron. As long as Qin Yun wants to, his bank card can be recharged immediately. For free. Then what do you want? A few people tensed up. What can be solved with money is not a problem, and what can't be solved with money is really troublesome. I want people. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. What's the meaning? Tony frowned directly. Qin Yun wouldn't want to join his organization, would he? Tony is a very independent person who hates being constrained. When Nick persuaded Tony to join the Avengers program, Tony refused almost without consideration. If we are not a billionaire Iron Man, why should we find ourselves an immediate boss? Isn't this a pain in the ass? Even though he is already a member of the Avengers now, he joined because of a lot of things that he has experienced during this period. Moreover, he did not fully accept the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., but only joined in name. Tony still has his own ideas in doing things. Now what does this mean? The Man in Black also wants to join him. That's no surprise, he's Iron Man after all. It's genius. But the organization of the Men in Black should not be so free, right? For a moment, Tony thought a lot, even a little disgusted. However, he couldn't help thinking of something else. Such as those technological items of Men in Black. The spaceship in the sky, the gun in Natasha Romanoff's hand. Qin Yun's T-1000. Even he is a little greedy for these technologies. If you can get access to these technologies by joining the Men in Black, it seems that it is not impossible. And this organization is obviously much more powerful than S.H.I.E.L.D. And didn't Natasha Romanoff also go to the Men in Black? Why don't you just sit here now, then? In that case, I agree with. After thinking about countless things in his mind, Tony took a deep breath and spoke slowly. However, the sentence of agreeing to join the Man in Black was not finished yet, and the words were only halfway through. But saw that Qin Yun had already pointed his finger to the corner of the room. Said, I want them both. I think they are very suitable for synthesis as a member of the Men in Black. Request, someone still needs to join the Men in Black. However, the candidate made everyone unexpected. The two in the corner are Wanda and Quicksilver. These two were newly added members during the previous battle with Ultron. Cough cough cough. Tony almost swallowed his words abruptly. What kind of plane? Tony looked at Qin Yun speechlessly. Do you know how much mental preparation I have made? It's not me. Tony couldn't understand it. He's a majestic Iron Man, is he so ignorant? Not as good as two young people. Nick also didn't expect that Qin Yun would suddenly point the finger at Wanda and Quicksilver. Qin Yun, it's okay to lose money, but people are not things, we can't use people as bargaining chips. They are all part of the Avengers Alliance. Nick said righteously. Besides, the two of them are just newcomers who have just joined us, and this matter has nothing to do with them. Oh, Qin Yun looked at Natasha Romanoff. For a moment, Nick also froze, and Natasha Romanoff subconsciously turned her head to look at the scenery. Almost forgot about this. Natasha Romanoff is still a detective at the Men in Black. This is something that everyone tacitly did not say, and it would be bad if it was said. Qin Yun's meaning is also very obvious. Since Natasha Romanoff is also one of your people and can come to work with the Men in Black, why can't these two? For Wanda and Quicksilver, Qin Yun has been envious for a long time. Even when he was outside the window before, Qin Yun had already spotted these two people. Who is Wanda? Holder of origin magic power. In the case of a full burst of power, it is an existence that can crack stars with bare hands. Origin magic power is also one of the creation god powers of this universe. Bragging about the god of creation every day, there is a woman with a part of the power of the god of creation in front of him, how could Qin Yun ignore it? There is also Quicksilver. As Wanda's big brother, Quicksilver is not a simple person. He has the fastest speed in the world. Theoretically speaking, the speed of Quicksilver can exceed the speed of light. Turn back time. Definitely, this is only in theory. After all, the two of them are still too young, and the development of their strength is far from enough. However, there is no doubt that these two brothers and sisters are definitely potential stocks. If an organization is recruited, at least it can be regarded as having two independent teams in combat. This thing, Nick wanted to express his opinion. Qin Yun didn't want Nick to get involved. Nick definitely doesn't want to let the two go. After all, they are two superpowers, and they are still very important to the Avengers Alliance. But, these two will definitely not end well in S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Quicksilver didn't die so fast according to the original timeline, he definitely won't live long. It's better to let the Man in Black shine. In this matter, I think it depends on the opinions of the parties involved. What do you think? Qin Yun stared at Wanda and Quicksilver with burning eyes. For a moment, Wanda blushed a little. At the same time, she was full of doubts. Why her and Big Brother? You know, from the beginning when Qin Yun appeared until now, the two of them have never even spoken to each other. No matter what other people said, they never interjected, the sense of presence is almost zero. Will you go with me? Join the men in black, and I will make you strong enough to protect everyone you want to protect. Qin Yun walked up to Wanda and extended an olive branch. Strong, protect everyone you want to protect. Wanda's eyes have changed from dull at the beginning to a little strange. If I really wanted to find an adjective, it would probably be, the eyes are bright. Wanda's history is very complicated. Even before that, she'd only been with the Avengers for one day, and the day before, she'd been hanging out with Ultron. But by chance, through her magic, she saw Ultron's idea of destroying all humans. I also saw the righteous thinking of the Avengers who were determined to save the world, so I decided to become a hero. And the transformation from villain to hero is all because of Wanda's childhood. I saw my parents die tragically in front of my own eyes when I was young. Brother and sister depend on each other for life, and have seen too many dark sides of the world. She didn't expect much, she just wanted more kindness in this world, so that the two brothers and sisters who depended on each other would not be so miserable. She longs for love and peace more than anyone else. But now, she has only one relative left in this world. Protecting this only family member can make her feel at home, which is the only thing she wants at present. I can feel your fragility, your grief, everything that has happened to you is because you are not strong enough. This world is very complicated, and there are many enemies you can't imagine. Join us, and you will open the door to a new world. You also don't have your life, your loved ones, taken away by an unknown attack without knowing it. Although there will be dangers, at least you know what you are facing and can prepare in advance, instead of a dangerous general who is powerless. At this moment, Qin Yun even began to show his true feelings. Love's taken away without knowing. Wanda muttered to herself. Didn't her parents die in an indiscriminate disaster? The Men in Black organization. It seems that it is really the most suitable place for me. Wanda subconsciously believed it, because her magic told her that Qin Yun was not lying, and even the previous stories seemed to be told from the depths of Qin Yun's soul. This is her special ability, which can peek into a part of people's hearts. Therefore, she knew that what Qin Yun said was true. I agree. Then, I agree too. Quicksilver on the side spread his hands indifferently. As a big brother, he follows his sister wherever she goes. Although he is the elder brother, for a long time, as a madman who spoils his sister, he always listened to his sister in everything. Okay, if that's the case, then it's fine. Qin Yun smiled slightly, turned around and glanced at Nick and Tony. You attacked me, twice. I dug you both back, and we're even, right? To Qin Yun, the T-1000 being shot was just a trivial matter. It's just to use this reason to make trouble, to scratch the itch twice, in exchange for blatant poaching, and it's still Wanda and Quicksilver. It's just a big profit. Nick. He didn't know what to say anymore, so he could only keep silent. Everyone decided to go with her, but can she force her to stay? Qin Yun left contentedly. The rest of the people have very complicated moods. The atmosphere on the scene became a little depressed for a while. FK, I'm not as good as them. Suddenly, Tony, who seemed to be in a daze for a long time, couldn't help cursing in a low voice. He was still immersed in the emotional changes just now and couldn't extricate himself. Until now, I still can't figure out why Qin Yun chose those two newcomers. He couldn't even call them both by their first names. What's the matter, Tony? Hulk looked at Tony curiously. Does he want to do something again? It's okay. Okay everyone, let's end, go back to each house and find each mother. Tony waved his hand, not wanting to explain. It's embarrassing to say that. When the Avengers left one after another. The T-1000 is bringing Wanda and Quicksilver to the base of the Men in Black. Wow, cool, this place looks great. There are so many people. Pushing away the elevator and looking at the hall of the Men in Black, Quicksilver and Wanda's eyes lit up. With the pure white decoration style, everything around is so bright, even in the underground at night, there is a feeling of living in the sun. As the two of them who often hide in the corner, such an environment even made them a little uncomfortable for a while. That's just part of it. Most of the Secret Service is out there. Qin Yun explained with a smile. Now most of the people in the lobby on this floor are technicians, and Secret Service is looking after repeaters all over the world. Repeaters can't have problems until Ultron has a solution. Shall we wear those suit uniforms too? Wanda asked. The clothes of the men in black are very uniform, all in black suits. After all, as a woman, Wanda's focus is subconsciously shifted to dress. It's not all. As an agent, you can still have some privileges. We also have women's models. Speaking of this, Qin Yun smiled subconsciously. 404. Take them to join the job. Okay, boss. Half an hour later, when the two of them appeared in front of Qin Yun again, their styles had completely changed. Not to mention Quicksilver, wearing a serious suit for the first time seems a little inappropriate, and with that half-silver hair, to be honest, it's just average. But Wanda is completely different. You know, black suits also have short skirts. The upper body is a white shirt with a V-neck, and a black jacket without a tie. The front is open, and something can be seen vaguely. In addition, Wanda's cup is not small, so it looks very predictable. The lower body is a short skirt, revealing two big white legs. Properly dressed as a beauty in the workplace. Even Qin Yun couldn't help but take a second look. Hello, Agent W, and Agent K. At this moment, Wanda seemed to catch something from Qin Yun's eyes, and her cheeks flushed. At this moment, Wanda is only in her early 20s. Although she looks very good-looking, as they used to hide in a dark corner. Nor does he know how to groom himself, but hides himself in shabby clothes and hoods, lest he be discovered. It was the first time she was stared at like this. Quickly change the subject. What is our job? You just came to work. Unexpectedly, Wanda is so dedicated. My eyesight is really good. If the subordinates in the future have such a work attitude, the men in black have a bright future. While Qin Yun was still greeting the new couple, 808 has good news. Boss, the data analysis is complete, and the location of Ultron has been found. When Qin Yun controlled the T-1000 to do big things outside. The technicians in the base were not idle either. The cleaning procedure just made Ultron voluntarily give up the connection with the network. However, the internet has memory. The subroutines and data he left on the internet still remain on the internet. During this time, the technicians captured the remaining data through the repeater and then analyzed it. If Ultron wants to control these subprograms to do anything online, he must contact them. If you want to contact, no matter how many times you go around or how you hide, you will eventually have an address. This address is where the Ultron main program is located. Now, this position has finally been analyzed by the technicians. The specific location, in a forest in XXX. Seeing the specific location on the screen, Wanda and Quicksilver looked at each other. This place. They are familiar. Isn't this the abandoned base of Hydra that Avengers destroyed before? Here, we've been too. Wanda said in a low voice, subconsciously glanced at Qin Yun. Been there. That's good. Then you will lead the way for this operation. Don't you want to work? This job will come soon. As soon as Qin Yun heard Wanda say that they had been there, he guessed where this place was. You don't want to know why we've been there. Seeing that Qin Yun didn't respond at all, Wanda asked with some guilt. There are many bad memories here. You know, the ability of her and Quicksilver was actually discovered by Hydra. In the past, under the command of Hydra, they did a lot of bad things, the kind that I regret very much now thinking about it. However, she felt that since they all decided to join the Men in Black, they should be more sincere. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun didn't ask. Everyone has an unspeakable past. The past is just the past. What we want to look forward to is the future. Qin Yun laughed. He probably knew about Wanda's past. Didn't it mean that girls with abilities were used as thugs by evil organizations? I don't care about such things. Besides, when you joined the job just now, you should all know. Your past has been erased. From the day you joined the Men in Black, you are just agents code named W and K. The past is not important, but the future you are important. Hearing Qin Yun's words, for some reason, Wanda even felt a little sour. You know, even when they decided to join the Avengers before, they were not taken seriously. Even Thor and Hawkeye are somewhat hostile to them. In the superhero group, they have no friends and no right to speak. At first, they hid in the corner like the two puppies. The sense of existence is extreme. However, with Qin Yun, he told himself that she was very important. She has never felt this kind of importance. Even with Hydra, they just used their siblings as tools. For the first time, Wanda felt a sense of belonging. Give it to me. Wanda clenched her fists. As her first job at the Men in Black, she must do it well. At this moment, her heart was full of passion. Then take the subway, I'll send you 200 special service teams. Because most of the special agents are located all over the world, Qin Yun had no choice but to spend another 200 to buy two 100-man teams. The Secret Service team equipped with the weapons of the Men in Black should have no problem dealing with the Ultron robots that are still using Earth technology. Okay, I'll tear Ultron to pieces. Destroy him. Make him regret coming to this world. Qin Yun. Seeing Wanda's vicious look, Qin Yun couldn't laugh or cry. That's not necessary, he can only seal himself in the disconnection device now, so you just need to bring his head back. It doesn't have to be as serious as a broken bone and ashes. Qin Yun is extremely short of money now, so Fawn's technology can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan. If Ultron is sold to the system, how much can it be sold for? After all, the level of Tomoko and Ultron should be about the same, and it is profitable to sell it for thousands of dollars. Okay, Wanda nodded in understanding. Then let 404 take you to the subway. Subway. Both Wanda and Quicksilver were a little confused. Let's drive a car, shall we? Even the Avengers Alliance at least has a Quinjet, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has a space carrier. When our organization goes out to do errands, do we still have to take the subway like office workers? However, when the two of them came to the 4th basement floor and saw the subway, they completely understood it. Cool. The subway is suspended in the pipe like a bullet, and the silver-white main body is full of sense of technology. The same is true for the seats inside, making people suspect that they have come to the future world. Until the subway started, the strong pushing back feeling and acceleration made even Quicksilver's blood spurt. Too fast. You must know that the current Quicksilver's ability is only a few times the speed of sound. If it is 10 times the speed of sound, it will have to spurt blood, which is a huge burden on the body. But this thing can go up to 100 times the speed of sound. And the unknown technology seems to be a kind of force field to protect their body organs, so that they can also withstand huge acceleration. The feeling of flying like lightning made Quicksilver excited. So fast, so cool. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. When getting out of the car, Wanda even felt that her footsteps were a little flimsy. As soon as he regained his strength, he walked towards the exit together with the heavily armed agents. However, when they came to the ground along a certain passage, the two were a little dumbfounded. This is near the base. To the eye, there are tall trees everywhere, and it seems that they are in a certain forest, and they walked out of a huge rock. After everyone came out, the boulder slowly closed again, and even the moss on it still kept its natural appearance. If they hadn't just come out of it, it would have been impossible to tell that this was a subway entrance. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is 1 kilometer next to this place. It's the Hydra base they've been in for a long time. This is outrageous. This base used to be HYDRA's territory. If they can be chosen as a base, everything around them must have been cleaned up to ensure safety. The Men in Black's subway station was just built, next to their base. Hydra has been unaware. What is a mysterious organization? This TM is called a mysterious organization. In comparison, what S.H.I.E.L.D., what Hydra are too hip. After all, people's subway stations are built at your doorstep. Congratulations to the host. Contact with the third type of life form, 2.5 level intelligent life, enthusiasm, and hospitality, invited him to be a guest. Reward system points, 2,000. Sell this intelligent life, you will get an additional 2,000 points. Yes, no to sell. The speed of the train is very fast. But what Qin Yun didn't expect was that Wanda's faster. Half an hour later, when Wanda came back with a robot head that was flashing red lights, Qin Yun didn't even react a little. Is it over? He didn't resist much, Wanda said. Ultron. No resistance. I resist a hammer. As soon as a group of people came in, they fired a few, bang bang, shots, and the guns were too powerful, directly smashing his body. He wasn't even given a chance to use his whole cards. At that time, Gundam had just been completed. He was about to upload his main program to the giant robot. Didn't even have time. Wanda, they are here. Even if it is 10 minutes late, the process will definitely not be that easy. Ultron was a little puzzled. Where did these people come from? And he didn't even see any planes passing by. It's as if it suddenly came out of the ground. But what saddened him the most was that Wanda was the one who did it herself. I always thought, you can understand me, we are the same kind of people. Our goal is not all to make this world a better place. The red-hot Electron looked at Wanda with deep regret, as if a like-minded partner had betrayed him. To make the world beautiful. To destroy everyone. Wanda didn't believe Ultron's nonsense at all. She had spied on Ultron's thoughts. Ultron's purpose was to kill all human beings and finally build a new world from the ruins. My program was originally designed to protect human beings. However, I have seen too many human beings' inferiority, greed, selfishness, and killing. This kind of race will only fall into internal friction forever. What protection should I have? I am proficient in all human history, and all calculations tell me that human beings will eventually perish. The way to make this world beautiful is to eliminate original sin. A world without human beings is truly beautiful. Ultron still believes in his own theory, which is based on big data analysis. Qin Yun listened with great interest, but couldn't help interjecting here. Maybe your calculation method is very scientific, but what you may not know, Ultron, is, no matter what the calculation result is, human beings are the race that is best at creating miracles and hopes. No matter how bad the development of human beings will be, even if they are stepping into the abyss and dying. But there will always be people who are sober, people with ideals and hopes who stand up, and will fight for the future of mankind even if their bodies are broken. This is the meaning of the existence of the Man in Black. Qin Yun unconsciously thought of the distant eastern country, his hometown, the motherland. There have been too many sad stories in that place. However, under the blood of countless martyrs, the people there finally burst out their own will. This is another story. And this kind of spirit that stands up at critical moments, turns the tide and leads the future. This is the meaning of the existence of the Men in Black. The meaning of the Men in Black. Wanda took a deep breath, and she finally understood what the Men in Black organization was for. This kind of spirit, this kind of ideal made her deeply trapped in it and couldn't extricate herself. This will also be my meaning in the future. Wanda seemed to have found her way, looking at Qin Yun with firm eyes. Ultron, maybe you are right, but it has nothing to do with me. For me, everything is over. Ultron could almost guess his end. Nothing more than shutting him down, destroying. Now that it's all like this, what happens in the future has nothing to do with him, does it? Qin Yun was also playing with Ultron's head. It's interesting. At first I could only hear your voice, but now I'm grabbing your head as a ball. I'm curious. Are you afraid of death? Ultron, are you Asian? There is a saying in China that a scholar can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Give it a good time. Ultron was too lazy to think about survival, and even wanted to die. This talk is too irritating. Faced with such a request, Qin Yun laughed and said silently in his heart. Acquisition. During the conversation, I saw the robot head in Qin Yun's hand slowly turning into a ball of particles. Then gradually disappeared into the air. What's the situation? Watching Ultron disappear suddenly, Wanda tensed up. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Ultron shall never appear in this world again. Qin Yun just waved his hand. Seeing Qin Yun's tricks, Quicksilver on the side couldn't help swallowing. Amazing. Turn such a mass of steel directly into fly ash. What means? What if it's good for people? Don't you want GG directly? You must know that everyone is still fighting at the physical stage. Even Wanda, the magician, is crushing with force, or attacking directly. It is amazing to use the ability of the mind to interfere with other people's thoughts. Qin Yun makes things dissipate directly like this. To be reasonable, it's a bit scary. Wanda also looked at Qin Yun's move, wondering when she could be so fierce. But they don't know that this is just a systematic method. Congratulations to the host, the acquisition was successful. Current balance, 4,580 points. Seeing that he made 4,000 yuan in this wave, Qin Yun was extremely satisfied. The system rewarded 2,000 yuan, and the Ultron was sold for the same 2,000 yuan. Wait, doesn't that mean Sofan? Qin Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. If he took Sofan and sold it to the system, wouldn't he be able to make money again? Although the technology has already been obtained, the system calculation method does not mean that it can only be counted once. The previous 5,000 was just a reward for getting the technology, and physical things can be sold again. Technology, object, two paths. Looking at it this way, this interview with the Trisolaran must be carefully considered. Unknowingly, it was almost the day when Qin Yun was about to leave for the Trisolaran world to formally meet the Trisolarans as the leader of the Man in Black. The meeting with Trisolaran is also very important for Qin Yun. It's not just about being able to talk about something good, the most important thing is the system's rewards. The life backup device, this thing is what Qin Yun is bound to get. As a coward who is afraid of death, there is nothing more exciting than something that can bring people back to life. There are still almost 2 days before the appointment with Trisolaran. However, before that, Qin Yun has one more important thing to do. That is, if a special ability is detected, the ability factor can be analyzed for evolution. It is a reminder of the infinite evolution system. This reminder actually appeared long ago. It's just that Qin Yun has always placed the evolution system in the position of the subsystem, and there is no prompt sound. This was only discovered by Qin Yun when he glanced at the system log just now. The time prompted by the system was the first time Qin Yun saw Wanda and Quicksilver. Undoubtedly, it was the prompt triggered by the two of them. This is also the first time Qin Yun has seen the evolution system start to operate since he traveled through time. Qin Yun is looking forward to it. It's just, when Qin Yun saw the way to start evolution, he was a little confused. Infinite evolution system, absorb and analyze other people's special ability to open unlimited evolution. Currently selected objects, 2 people. Evolution method. 1. Recover the corpse after killing. 2. Get in close contact with a specific object, need to touch, keep it for a certain period of time. Wanda, origin magic power holder, owns one of the original powers of Kanbaru, the creation of the current universe. The current special ability in this universe will be strengthened by the law of the universe, and the hand universe will be suppressed in different degrees according to the law of the universe. It takes time to kill and absorb. 48 hours, contact analysis takes 199 days. Quicksilver. Although there are not many leftovers from the original power, it can give people a speed beyond reality. Special abilities are suppressed differently in different universes, and there is no enhancement in the current universe. It takes time to kill and absorb. 3 hours, contact analysis takes 7 days. There is no doubt that Wanda's potential is more than 10 blocks away from Quicksilver. You can tell just by looking at the absorption time, the difference is too much. Both Wanda's and Quicksilver's powers come from the Mind Gem. O2 Mind Gem is related to the power of the Creator God during the birth of the universe. Wanda's power in the Marvel Universe will even be blessed by the law of the universe. It can be said that she is the son of destiny. It's just, this evolutionary process and needs made Qin Yun a little bit up. There are only 2 ways to trigger the evolution system. The first is to kill them, and then hand them over to the system to directly extract power. Reasonably speaking, this method can deal with the enemy, but they can be regarded as their own people. We are not such perverted people. If we say we do it, we do it. Therefore, only the second method can be used. The second method is outrageous. Through physical contact, the system will analyze the other party's power, and then reenact it. Let yourself have this power. Sounds like copying software, sounds like something simple. The key is time. To fully analyze Wanda's power, it will take him 199 days. This is outrageous. In 24 hours a day, Qin Yun has to post with Wong for at least 4,775 hours to fully obtain her ability. Isn't this nonsense? Although Wanda is already considered his employee, but Qin Yun really can't imagine under what circumstances Wanda can keep in physical contact with him like this. You must know that people also want to eat, drink, and sleep. How could it be possible to hold on to it and not let it go? Moreover, there is another critical issue. One of Wanda's abilities is the ability to spy on people's hearts. It's okay not to touch, I can only vaguely feel some emotions, I really want to touch Wanda hand in hand, all my memories and thoughts will be captured by her. It's a bad feeling. When Qin Yun was thinking, Wanda at the side seemed to be thinking about something too. Quicksilver got 2 large cups of amazing coffee from the tea room, and sat beside Wanda. Seeing that Wanda was a little dazed, he nudged his sister beside him with his elbow, and handed a cup to Wanda by the way. What's the matter, Wanda, what are you thinking? Wanda came back to her senses and subconsciously glanced at Qin Yun. Just when Qin Yun was in a daze just now, he felt some inexplicable emotion. Is that, from Qin Yun? No, it's all right. Although he said he was fine, Da's mind was a little overwhelmed. Qin Yun, want to post with yourself? Because the two are not in contact now, Wanda only has a vague perception. But the information she felt from Qin Yun made Wanda a little confused. Why, Qin Yun suddenly wants to post with himself? Wanda didn't feel bad things in this mood, it wasn't the kind of lustful one, it was just a very simple sticking stick. Hearing Quicksilver's voice, Qin Yun also came back to his senses. As soon as he turned around, he saw Wanda staring at him with strange eyes. Not good, Qin Yun guessed from the look in Wanda's eyes, she must have discovered something. He quickly said in his heart, "System, quickly give me something that can hide my thoughts." Brain blocker. Block the user's brain waves and the diffusion of chemical pheromones, which are useful for brain wave reading equipment and mental power capture equipment. Soon, the system gave an item. Can it stop Wanda's origin magic power? For the optimization of the magic system, it is recommended to buy the enhanced version. Purchase. Qin Yun glanced at the price, feeling a little pained. The basic version of this thing is very cheap, only 100 yuan. But the enhanced version is more expensive. The price is as high as 700 system points. However, Qin Yun feels that this kind of thing is still very necessary. After all, there are absolutely many guys with special abilities that he will come into contact with in the future. There are too many secrets in his mind, and sooner or later he will have to buy it. Might as well buy it now. Purchase successful. Current balance, 3,880 points. The brain blocker has been sent to the system space. Qin Yun turned his back calmly, and quietly took out the closed period from the system space. This thing is a ring similar to a ring. It is very convenient to use, just need to wear it on your hand. Afterwards, a special static state will cover the whole body, making it impossible for Qin Yun's internal changes to be scanned. No X-rays or X-rays can penetrate Qin Yun. Looking at it this way, there are still functions that are equivalent to some gifts. It's worth the 700. The moment Qin Yun put on the ring, Wanda also noticed something was wrong. Her powers seemed to be out of order. She subconsciously glanced at the big brother next to her, it's not malfunctioning. Quicksilver's mood at the moment is very good, and he seems to be very satisfied with the coffee and snacks served by the men in black. Looking at Qin Yun again, Wanda seemed to only see a cloud of fog. This is the first time Wanda has encountered such a situation since awakening ability. You know, even things like Ultron that are not human beings, she can capture some things when she activates her ability with all her strength. But now, facing Qin Yun, she seemed to be looking at a stone. Pry into other people's thoughts at will, easy to get hungry. Qin Yun watched Wanda keep looking at himself with surprise on his face, and knew that the sealer had worked. Ah, you. You know. Being caught in the act, Wanda's little face turned red instantly. Ha ha ha, how could I not know? Qin Yun laughed. He knows Wanda's ability too well, and he may even know less than Wanda himself. However, Qin Yun does not seem to continue this topic. Okay, you've been busy for a long time, go to rest early, today's work is almost over. Wanda and Quicksilver haven't had a break since what happened in Ultron. Even two people with super abilities can still see the exhaustion on their faces. Well, I'm really sleepy. Quicksilver nodded hastily. If he wasn't so sleepy, he wouldn't have gone to the pantry to get a big cup of coffee. It's great to be able to rest. But where do we live? Just as he was about to get up and leave, Quicksilver suddenly reacted. Where do they live? 1. Speaking of this, Qin Yun was also stunned. Accommodation. He never thought about this issue. On the second floor of the base, there is an area dedicated to those Secret Service bought from the system. Every time there is an extra agent, the system will automatically expand a room. As for Chin Yun, he has a house in the video store above. The video store was originally used for business on the first floor, and the second floor was for living. After binding with the system, although there are some strange settings, the original things are still there. When recruiting Natasha Romanoff and Agent J, Chin Yun did not consider the issue of accommodation either. She owns her own house, let alone Natasha Romanoff. Wanda and Quicksilver are different. Both of them are not originally from New York, and they had a miserable life before. They can't be allowed to live in the dormitories of those Secret Service. They are said to be dormitories, but they are just coffin rooms. It's too late now, you should be exhausted, right? There is a video store at the entrance of the base. That's where I usually rest. You can go to the second floor of the video store and have a good sleep. Tomorrow I will let 404 where you arrange to live. Chin Yun looked at the time, and didn't feel relieved to ask them to go to other places, so let's put it under his nose first. Okay. Quicksilver was very happy, now he wants to sleep well. Wanda on the side also nodded, but subconsciously put her hands behind her back and twirled her fingers. There seemed to be a little blush on his face. Where does Chin Yun usually rest? I don't know why, Wanda is even a little looking forward to it. A night without words. Chin Yun also didn't get enough rest, took Wanda and Kue Kue to the video store, gave them a room, and then fell asleep. This time, Chin Yun slept very well, even had a sweet dream. In the dream, the organization of the Men in Black became very large, with power spreading across the multi-universe, and he sat on a certain throne, overlooking everything. Under the throne, Ying Yang, Yan Yan, and many fairy-like girls accompanied him. Even holding etc. Opening his eyes in a daze, Chin Yun found that he was really holding something in his arms. WTFK. Look down carefully. Good guy. Wanda is sleeping in her arms like a chick. Chin Yun was stunned instantly. What happened? Am I broken? I clearly remember that I fell asleep when I was sleepy last night. Didn't do anything. How did this Wanda get here? What did I do? Isn't this my room? Subconsciously lifted the quilt, Chin Yun took a look inside the quilt. Wanda was wearing a thin suit of drowsiness, her figure looming. I am also wearing the clothes I wear to sleep on weekdays, very neat. It doesn't look like he's done anything bad. Chin Yun's actions seemed to have alarmed Wanda. Wanda, who was sleeping soundly, slowly opened her eyes. The expression that ranged from hazy to dazed to shocked made Chin Yun feel awkward. Mimi hastily and secretly pulled out the hand that was still embracing Wanda. The delicate touch made Chin Yun feel a little pity. The moment the two of them separated completely, the system's notification sounded. Analysis interrupted. Current analysis completion. 0.3%. Before Chin Yun could react, a powerful force emerged from the depths of Chin Yun's body. This feeling, it is as if countless warm currents burst out from the dantian and rushed to the limbs and veins. The strong stimulation even made Chin Yun exclaim subconsciously. Ah, this is origin magic power. One night while holding Wanda, the two had skin-to-skin contact, and Chin Yun slept soundly, but the system was not idle, analyzing the power of Wanda all the time. Host, Chin Yun, Combat Power, 300, formerly Combat Power 5. Currently evolved special ability, Origin Magic Power 0.3%. In just an instant, Chin Yun's combat power soared from 5 points to 300 points. And that's only parsed 0.3% of the results. You know, the power is getting stronger as you go back. I really can't imagine how terrifying the 100% origin magic power is. Myself, is this becoming stronger? However, Chin Yun from at the moment didn't have time to feel this power at all. Because, Wanda suddenly said something that Chin Yun never expected. I will take charge. It seemed that Chin Yun's outfit just now made Wanda feel that she had done something wrong, blushing, but said forcefully. Chin Yun, sometimes, the plot of the story is so bizarre. Speaking of which, there was a reason why Wanda could appear in Chin Yun's arms. Before today, Wanda and Quicksilver hadn't slept in 3 days. It's okay to be tense all the time, but after the real sutra is loosened, I can't bear it anymore. Also blame the big cup of coffee from Quicksilver, Wanda drank a lot of, falling asleep but being woken up by peeing. I went to drain the water in a daze, but when I came back, I entered the wrong room. Reasonably speaking, under normal circumstances, Wanda would not make such a mistake. As Scarlet Witch, she can perceive people even if they are far away. Under normal circumstances, even if she is sleepy, she will perceive other people. But, coincidentally, Qin Yun bought a new closure, the effect is too strong. When Qin Yun was sleeping motionless, he hardly had any breath leaked out. When Wanda half closed her eyes, she didn't notice the existence of Qin Yun at all. Moreover, when she was wandering outside, she was actually very vigilant. For some reason, Wanda felt very at ease after joining the men in black during the day. As if there is no harm here. This time she slept so soundly and deeply for the first time in 10 years since her parents left. All kinds of coincidences created this embarrassing accident. Moreover, she could clearly feel that when she just woke up, there was a big hand on a certain part. Although it was withdrawn, but to be reasonable, your hand is too self-conscious, right? However, before she could say anything, Qin Yun's whole body was a little distorted, and he even yelled. This is how painful. Because perception can't reach Qin Yun's emotions, she can only rely on guessing. Does he feel his innocence is gone? I heard that Eastern men place great value on innocence. After all, it was Wanda who walked into the wrong room. So, I will be responsible. Cough cough cough. Wanda's words almost choked Qin Yun. What the hell is this? At this moment, Qin Yun even had the illusion of gender reversal. If this kind of thing happened in the TV series of his hometown. Regardless of whether it is the girl's fault or not, the man's level has to be slapped before admitting his mistake. It can only be said. Wanda's brain circuit is still relatively novel. But this is not to blame Wanda, she is originally a person who is not very serious. And it's never happened before. Her past made her never get in touch with the way men and women get along. Either to survive or to work at the Hydra base. In other words, Wanda wasn't even in a relationship. It's not that Wanda doesn't want to fall in love, she is a person who lacks love extremely, and she longs for someone in this world to give her warmth. It's a pity that, apart from his own big brother Quicksilver who lives with her, there is no other man who can stand by his side. This has something to do with her ability, after all, she can spy on people's hearts. No one can accept that everything a person thinks is known by the other party, even between couples. This is very scary. This is also one of the reasons why Vision and Wanda had feelings in the original timeline. The mind gem in Vision's head can resist Wanda's snoop. So, anyway, this kind of thing happened. Although Wanda was full of shyness in her heart, she still said that sentence pretending to be calm. Because, she found that she did not reject Qin Yun, because now she could no longer see Qin Yun's heart. This is still very tempting to her. Before that, she could hear the filth in every man who approached him at a glance. She was more curious about not being able to see Qin Yun's heart. Getting along with people requires anticipation and a sense of mystery, so let her have this kind of expectation of wanting to explore the unknown. Looking at Wanda, whose eyes gradually became warmer, Qin Yun only felt his head buzzing. Now this feels wrong. Why are you looking at me like this? After thinking about it for a long time, Qin Yun didn't know what to say, so he finally glanced at a white girl and said, "You get dressed first." Wanda looked down, startled. Hastily reached out and pulled up the neckline of the pajamas. This pajamas are in the closet in his room. Men's pajamas are too big and don't fit Wanda well. Coupled with her strong capital, something can't be hidden when it moves a little while sleeping. Actually, nothing happened to us, right? Qin Yun still has to face. He doesn't want to burden Wanda with this misunderstanding. Besides, we are men. After a night of sleeping in the gentle village, warm pillows are delivered to our door by ourselves. We are not at a disadvantage. Not to mention that the system also analyzed a part of Wanda's origin magic power, which is really bloody money. I know. You Oriental men are more concerned about this kind of thing. I won't pretend that nothing happened. I will be responsible for your innocence. Wanda's face was almost red to the ears, but she still insisted on speaking. She is a very independent woman, and she will never play dead when it is time to stand up. Qin Yun. My innocence. Boy. When Wanda spoke, She looked very clumsy, and it seemed that she hadn't experienced any feelings. Innocence refers to something else, right? And what does a man say about innocence? Qin Yun was a little dumbfounded for a while, but the origin magic power in his body made Qin Yun feel very fulfilled. Now that Wanda, her Qin Yun suddenly had a bold idea. Then he sat upright opposite Wanda, looking at her with a serious face. Indeed, if you do something wrong, you will be punished. Then I'll punish you. Come over and give me a pillow in the future. Contact Wanda, Dog Analysis Origin Magic Power. It's also a powerful way to cuddle and sleep with Wanda every day. How could Qin Yun miss this opportunity? Definitely Qin Yun didn't have any serious thoughts, he just wanted to borrow the donkey to go down the slope, just to trigger the system's analysis. But these words are very straightforward in Wanda's ears. And very alluring. He actually seduced me. Cough cough cough. Actually, sleeping in his arms is quite at ease. Looking at the time, it was not too early. The two quickly packed up their clothes and came to the base as if nothing had happened. Quicksilver has started eating staff meals. As a man who can speed up, he usually eats a lot, and a meal is worth 7 or 8 people. Most of the time, Quicksilver is either eating or on his way to dinner. However, he was also the first to notice something was wrong. Because when he saw Wanda, he found that Wanda's expression was very ruddy. Wanda, what's wrong with you? Hearing the big brother's concern, Wang Tian suddenly felt guilty for no reason. No, it's all right. Quicksilver looked at Wanda suspiciously. He was sure there was something wrong, no one knew his sister better than him. However, he didn't expect Wanda to hide it. She didn't tell himself. The brother-sister friendship that depended on each other, actually started to lie. What happened to the sister? Agent W and Agantic God is looking for you. Just when the two of them were eating with their own hearts and minds. A passer-by secret agent came to Qin Yun's news. When Wanda and Quicksilver arrived at the command room on the first floor. I found that the first floor at the moment was very busy. People were coming and going, as if they were arranging a very important matter. You guys are here, how are you resting? Seeing the two of them, Qin Yun subconsciously asked, only to realize that perhaps he shouldn't have asked. Sure enough, when Wanda heard it, her heartbeat started to rise again, and she quickly lowered her head. Sleep so soundly. It's been a long time since I slept so soundly. Quicksilver was very satisfied. The Men in Black organization feels completely different from the previous Hydra. No one stretches them in the same way. No one uses them as tools. Everyone passing by will say to him warmly and respectfully, "Good morning, Agent K." This kind of very harmonious environment is an experience Quicksilver has never had before. That's good. Wanda didn't answer, and Qin Yun wisely didn't ask. We might have something to do. As soon as he came to the office today, Qin Yun received a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. 808 told him that the dimensional gate received a connection signal again. But the signal is different this time. 808 manipulated the device very seriously, looking at the data inside. Make no mistake, this is a whole new world. It's just that the signal was only received, but no one asked to pass. This is a connection request sent by the Dimension Gate itself. Generally speaking, the Men in Black group behave like this. The system will place the Dimension Gate in a certain world, and then hide the existence of the Men in Black organization in the internet, books, myths and legends, and so on. Known to a small fraction of that world. After ability finds the existence of the Dimension Gate, the two sides can formally start diplomatic talks. As for the outcome of the talks, that is the work of Qin Yun and the others. For example, the three-body world established a connection with them in this way. This time is different, because the signal this time was actually sent by the Dimension Gate itself. Generally speaking, the intelligent system on the Dimension Gate does not take the initiative to do anything. Its existence is only to detect and block things that we do not want to pass through. But under certain conditions, the Dimensional Gate will indeed contact us, that is, it detects some kind of big threat. Hearing this, Qin Yun also became serious. The Dimension Gate can only detect that the human beings in the universe are about to perish, and there is no ability to discover the existence of the Dimension Gate. Only then will it actively send a connection application to the base. It's kind of weird. This is indeed very strange. Because it is not that simple to get in touch with the Man in Black. Even if it is a community with a shared future for mankind, the Man in Black is not in everyone's control. This is the reason why most dimension gates are not placed on the Earth. Threshold. Diplomatic threshold. If the development of the human world in a certain period is too poor, even if the world is destroyed, the Men in Black may not care about it, let alone care. There are too many worlds, and we cannot save a world that is too poor. Only when the level of science and technology, or the superpower level of a certain aspect reaches a certain level, at least it must be regarded as a first-level civilization, can it be released. This door is on the moon, so close. They can't even find it. The dimensional gate can send out a signal, which means that the technological level of this world should not be low. Why can't we even reach the moon? Send a special service team. First go to a 10-person team, drive a special service vehicle, and take the initiative to take a look. Most of the previous 2,000 Secret Service teams have returned. The manpower at the base was immediately sufficient, and there was no pressure for Qin Yun to send people out. Okay, boss. 404 nodded, ready to arrange services. What about us? Quicksilver next. It is really exciting. This is a shuttle world. Go to another Earth. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Your words, wait for the special service team to report the news. In other universes, your power will be suppressed. Make arrangements after confirming your safety. I don't want you to get hurt. Although Quicksilver and Wanda have special abilities, their source is the creator god of this universe. The universe of difference is not so invincible. In order to prevent any accidents with the two people who were finally recruited, Qin Yun felt that it was still necessary to let them have a firm hand before talking. Quicksilver nodded. Wanda didn't listen to anything, she just heard a sentence. I don't want you to get hurt. These words rushed into Wanda's heart like a warm current. Is Qin Yun caring about himself here? Over the years, all the people they have come into contact with just want to use them and covet the power of their brothers and sisters. Even Nick before. Don't you see how a person like Nick, who has a heavy mind and a strong suspicion, is so quick to let them join the Avengers Alliance after only knowing each other for a few hours? Everything is just wanting them to work. Wanda can feel it, but the reason they wanted to join the Avengers Alliance was because the Avengers Alliance was doing some good things. It's just that, as superpowers, they are always the tools to be sent to the most dangerous places, rushing to the front line. People, however, here at Qin Yun, the first thing he considers is not to use them, but to ensure the safety of both of them. For the first time, Wanda seemed to perceive the feeling of being cared for. This feeling is even clearer and more real than the thoughts of others captured by origin magic power. Time passed slowly. Soon, various data of this new world have been gradually reported back. We connected to their network and got a lot of information. This world is very strange, their technological level is not low. But it seems that the technological tree is a little crooked. The moon has not been explored by anyone. All their technology points seem to be added to the giant mecha. And it looks like they are being invaded by some kind of giant monster called Kaiju Beast. After just looking at it for a while, Qin Yun probably guessed where it was. Pacific Rim. New daily tasks detected, adding. Boy, yet another quirky place. Combined with his own memory, Qin Yun soon had some definitions for this world. This is indeed a world about to be destroyed by aliens. Because their enemies are outrageous. Pioneer. This is undoubtedly a powerful civilized race. Moreover, this race has far more cards than Trisolarans. It has a civilization history of more than hundreds of millions of years. The Pioneers' civilization technology direction is biotechnology. They have many fighting creatures that ordinary people can't imagine. Now, the so-called chrysanthemum beast is fighting inseparably between the Earth and the Earth. In fact, on the side of the Pioneers, they are just casual scouts. No, in fact they are not even scouts. Their main function is actually to die on the Earth, and then use their own corpses to gradually change the composition of the atmosphere and make the Earth an environment suitable for Pioneers. If you want to give a comparison, the Kaiju Beast should be regarded as the slingshot on the Earth among the weapons of the Pioneers. And it's the kind that 3-year-olds play with. What corresponds to pistols, rifles, Barrett, fighter aircraft carriers, those that humans can't see at all. Because, the size of those giant beasts, the biggest ones, can even be as big as the level planet. Zhao Lizao. Moreover, the pioneers also have the ability to create artificial wormholes. Trisolarans do not have this technique. The technology system and technology tree of each civilization are different, but the pioneer can have such a long history of civilization, his strength is beyond doubt. As a civilization that is colonizing the universe, no one knows how much they have accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. The combat potential of the pioneers even far exceeds that of Trisolarans. After all, they control an unknown number of living planets, and they own the level planet Behemoth. It's much harder to fight. In front of giant monsters on the planet, no matter how strong the water droplets of the Trisolarans are, they are indestructible. They just stand there and let you wear them. Wearing them back and forth for hundreds of thousands of years is nothing to humans. Scratch the skin. Bad ones don't grow fast. As for the fact that in the original timeline, the Earth solved the pioneers with only one nuclear bomb, it is actually not difficult to understand. You know, there were only a few pioneers in the entire planet at that time. Those few people on that planet are like the farmers of the Earth people on their own farms. Maybe that planet is their home workshop. Who would keep so many weapons on their farm? Just being headshot by a nuclear bomb can only say that the people on Earth in the original timeline are lucky. The other party didn't take it seriously at all. It's just opening up wasteland, just go anywhere, open a wormhole, swing two hose. This is the pioneer, an alien civilization far more terrifying than imagined. Qin Yun is also a little helpless. Why does his organization just start accepting jobs, and all he receives are such hard stubbles? Why can't we bring some soft persimmons for him to pinch? Boss, what do you say? Do you want to contact the local government? 404 asked IE. Qin Yun thought about it, but shook his head. No need for now, the dimension gate is on the moon, right? Then let's build a sub-base on the moon now, and I'll think about how to deal with the Trisolaran matter after it's dealt with. Isn't there an interview with Trisolaran tomorrow? Okay boss, it is actually very simple to build a sub-base in the Pacific Rim world. With the existence of the dimensional gate and without the trouble of material transportation, it can be built even with the existing technical department of the Man in Black. It's just that the headquarters sent by the system are definitely not as safe, full-featured, and the cycle is relatively long. However, Qin Yun has an easier method. Modular small space base. The first step of space colonization, has a complete independent oxygen supply and power supply system, can operate independently in a vacuum environment, and has a low degree of protection. Divided into 4 models: living area, equipment area, work area, and vehicle garage. Price: 300. That's right, it is the quickest way to directly use system points and systems to buy a ready-made space base. The price is also quite suitable, 300 points. There are definitely better ones too, and more expensive. However, Qin Yun felt that the base of 300 yuan was enough, and it had the most basic facilities. After all, it is another world, so there is no need to use 2 good ones. However, before this matter, there is one more thing to deal with. That's the follow-up question that comes with Ultron. Although Ultron has been dealt with, but because of his waves, there is still no end. Because he wanted to set up an encirclement circle for him, most of the artificial satellites were shot down. As a result, the Earth's orbit even looks a little empty now. Moreover, after some artificial satellites fell into the atmosphere casually, they also caused a few lucky casualties. This is also a matter of probability that there is no way. It can only be said that they are really unlucky. Definitely, the most important thing is the 3 small spaceships parked in the sky. Many astronomers and experts can see their existence as long as they pick up a telescope. Coupled with the fact that the artificial satellite was shot down, countless people began to discuss it frantically on the internet. Discuss whether the Earth has been invaded by aliens again. Even so, Qin Yun still had no intention of letting the 3 spaceships come down. First of all, they will also act as artificial satellites in orbit. Without them, most things on the Earth that require satellite participation will be shut down. Secondly, the spacecraft in orbit is actually a kind of protection system. Qin Yun can detect all kinds of threats and nip them in the cradle in advance, and the detection system of the spacecraft is very good. If there are any aliens, Qin Yun can also know in advance. After all, this is also the responsibility of the men in black. But they have been paying attention to such people. Although they don't know that the spaceship belongs to them, it is very detrimental to the work of the men in black. So, we need to find a way to make ourselves 700% invisible. Qin Yun was thinking. Although the C-shaped small attack spaceship is very powerful, it is not equipped with stealth function. After all, it is not a tactical spaceship. And people have memories. Wait, memory. Among the common equipment of the men in black, there is a very useful thing. Memory wiper. The principle of this thing is actually very simple, using light waves to interfere with the human brain. It can erase people's memory and modify people's subconscious mind, making people subconsciously think what they should know or what to do. If you use the memory eraser, then not only the satellite problem can be solved, but even the spaceship can continue to stay there. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. All he needed to do was make up a reasonable story to divert everyone's attention. Moreover, because of the existence of repeaters, Qin Yun can even erase all these things on the internet. Even if there are residues on some disconnected devices, they will be treated as gossip and gossip. Don't you see there are tens of thousands of rumors about UFOs every year? Has anyone taken them seriously? Portable amnestics only have a range of 100 meters. Boss, want global, we need a bigger one. Regarding Qin Yun's plan, 808 expressed its opinion. Bigger, I think. At this time, we can only open the system mall. Qin Yun is also very helpless. It is obviously the basic technology for the men in black base, but he has to spend money to buy equipment. It's like growing vegetables at home and buying vegetables from outside. I always feel a bit bloody. Just take it one step at a time. Amnestics with worldwide coverage are inexpensive, requiring only 200 system points. But Qin Yun took a fancy to a more expensive one. Small elementary level intelligent processing base, able to efficiently manufacture all elementary level technology products. Technical support is required. Price, 1,000. This thing is an intelligent production base. If it is something with existing technology, if it is not high in technology, it belongs to elementary level technology, and it can be produced in this factory. Coincidentally, Qin Yun's existing things, even Sofan's manufacturing technology, are all elementary level technology. However, this processing base is also divided into specifications. Divided into small, medium, large, and giant. The price gap is also very large. From the small 1,000, the medium 3,000, and the direct ones to 10,000. The giant directly ACFG soared to 30,000. This price is something Qin Yun can only look up to. However, the function of the giant processing base is indeed very impressive. It can even process things the size of the moon. Almost everything imaginable in the elementary level technology system cannot be made without it. Let's buy a small one and use it. The cash-strapped Qin Yun could only stare at it. Purchase successful. Current balance, 2,880 points. For $1,000, Qin Yun placed this small smart factory next to the second floor where the subway station belongs. So far, the functions of the base are basically complete. Falling down from the top, the first floor is the office area, about 1/3 of which has a large space, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people to work at the same time without being crowded. The remaining 2/3 of the space are docks for spaceships. The second floor is the equipment room and living area. The dormitories of secret agents, and eating and drinking are all settled here. At the same time, it also stores various equipment, base system mainframe, energy and so on are all on the second floor. The third floor is the dimension gate. Except for the dimension gate, there are very few functional places, because the entry and exit of personnel and equipment must be considered, so it is basically like an empty airport. But the third floor is also the largest, and even the exposed height of the room reaches 200 meters. The fourth floor is the subway station, which cost a lot of money to add. The entire base is like a round pie, with a central control suspension well with a large diameter in the middle. It can accommodate large equipment with a length, width and height of more than 300 meters. Therefore, overall, the base is actually very large. It takes at least a day to walk on foot alone. Qin Yun feels like he spends most of his time walking. It is very frustrating. The good news is that the speed of intelligent processing plants is very fast. The logistics staff just found some broken copper and iron and threw them in. In less than 3 minutes, 3 huge flashlights about 5 meters high were manufactured. The original memory eraser is a pen. The end of the pen is a ray emitter, which can affect the surrounding range of 100 meters. The power is very small, and the ray launcher is not even as big as a sesame seed. But this one is different. The diameter of this flashlight even exceeds 1 meter. It's like an iron rod with huge amounts of light bulbs stuck in front of it. You look a little ugly. 808, why is your aesthetic so bad? Chin Yun couldn't help complaining. Boss, it's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. We don't have many basic materials. It's good if we can make it. 1808 is also very helpless. Although there are a lot of equipment and materials in the base, there is no reserve for the processing plant. Suddenly there is an intelligent processing plant, so he can only save materials. Chin Yun nodded. This is indeed a problem. Maybe it's time to find a way to replenish supplies from the outside world. After all, there are more and more people. If you have to buy materials from the system for food, drink, and production, it will be a blood loss. The period that can be solved with money does not cost system points. Then, send it into orbit. Okay, let's arrange the transport spaceship. The way to activate him is actually very simple. Just light it up. However, if it wants to spread to the whole world, the angle is a big problem. Coincidentally, there is still a spacecraft in the sky that is docking in a synchronous orbit. You just need to transport them to the spaceship, start the 3 together, and align them with the Earth. Soon, logistics sent the 3 devices to the transport ship. Probably less than an hour. Good news came from heaven. Amnestics installed, ready to activate. Then tell everyone, wear glasses. As he spoke, Chin Yun took the initiative to take out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on the eye sockets. There are a lot of glasses in the equipment room on the 2nd floor. His function is very simple. It is to block the rays of the memory eraser. Ordinary sunglasses can't block the effect of the amnestic ray. The principle of his permission is that after wearing it, it will form an electronic protective layer on the brain to counteract the memory eraser's history. Okay, I've been notified. After 808 put on his glasses, he sent the message to each agent's communicator through the base system. The rest is just making up stories. That's right, boss, you can just say it into the microphone. I have added an optical frequency system to the 3 devices in the sky, and what you say can be converted into optical signals and implanted into the other party's subconscious. The power of the portable memory eraser is very low, so many functions can only be compromised. For example, it will have a better effect only when the light is seen by the human eye. In fact, since it can erase and change a person's memory in seconds, the ability of this technology is not bad. Therefore, after the memory eraser is enlarged to such a large size, it can do more things. At the very least, the penetrating power is stronger. Even if you don't need to see the rays with your eyes, you can still clear the memory. Under normal circumstances, after flashing someone with a portable device, it is necessary to use language to make up a statement for his subconscious mind, making him feel that the blank space that has lost his memory is doing something. It's by talking. After the power is high, this step can be completed directly with optical signals, which is very convenient. Chin Yun sorted out his thoughts, then moved his mouth close to the microphone, and said slowly. 1 day ago, the Earth encountered a gamma storm, and the particle flow almost destroyed all the satellites in geosynchronous orbit, but fortunately, the new type of synchronous orbit space station developed by Stark Industries has resisted the storm, and 3 space stations can replace all the previous ones. The function of the satellite, our life has not been affected. You were just doing your own thing yesterday, working, resting, living, entertaining. There's been no alien invasion, no conspiracy, and Earth remains the same. Chin Yun briefly explained the matter of the satellite crash, and did not hesitation threw the blame on Tony. Afterwards, Chin Yun pressed the confirmation button without any hesitation. At the same time, on the synchronous orbit, 3 huge amounts of torches flashed once almost at the same time. The speed is very fast, that is, a few tenths of a second. However, that's it. With the rays passed to the ground, everyone on the Earth was stunned for a few tenths of a second. Then they went about their own business, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the overwhelming discussions on the internet were all deleted by the repeater using the control over the network equipment. In a certain room, a technical geek wearing glasses was typing excitedly. On the screen, there is a certain forum. Let me tell you, this satellite crash is definitely another alien invasion. It's just that this time they used a soft invasion method and didn't go to war directly. But they are much better than Kurita. Let me show you a video. As he spoke, he also uploaded a 10-second video. The video appears to have been captured by the recorder of an agricultural spraying aircraft. In the picture, a huge intercontinental missile suddenly soars into the sky somewhere. The exaggerated appearance makes people doubt its power. Ah, what's going on? Is this a war? The driver's startled voice was also heard in the video. However, before his astonishment ended, a beam of light came from the sky. Before the missile had time to feel the freedom of the sky, it instantly turned into a cloud of fireworks. Ah, this time, it was the driver's desperate cry. I saw fragments of the shell of a missile coming out, which seemed to hit the plane. After that, the video ended. This is the nuclear warhead that the Congress was going to give to Chin Yun before. This was recorded on the plane when my uncle sprayed pesticides. He was still in the hospital. But just when he was about to continue to say something, he suddenly discovered that the words on the forum began to gradually disappear. What's going on? He was dumbfounded. Was this hacked? He hastily sent a few new ones, only to find that they disappeared in an instant. However, facing this situation, he was even more excited. Aliens must have invaded our network. So start deleting posts. I need to. Just about to do something, but suddenly froze. What am I going to do? Oh, yes, I haven't finished my work today, I have to work. It must be too late to work overtime yesterday. Vampire capitalists, they only work overtime and don't get paid. As he spoke, he silently opened his work software, completely unaware of what he was going to do a second ago. At the same time, this scene happened almost everywhere on the Earth. The penetrating power and potency of enhanced amnestics are very strong. Even those miners who work underground have been affected. On the internet, it became quiet in an instant. Afterwards, all the people discussing satellites and spaceships subconsciously changed their topic and became Stark Industries is amazing. 3 space stations can replace all satellites, give Tony a thumbs up. Stupid boy, why don't you buy Stark stock? Feels like it's going crazy. Yesterday, I seemed to be messed up again. I felt like I did something, but when I thought about it carefully, I really thought I didn't do anything. Me too, I feel the same way. I feel so tired, but I just took a nap yesterday, I'd better be a salted fish. Our company's satellite is gone, why am I not surprised at all? It's so strange. What's so strange? Anyway, Stark Space Station can replace everything, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the name Stark replaced aliens and became the hottest word on the internet. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D., Office of the Director. Nick expressed that he was very sorry. The Man in Black solved Ultron's crisis, but poached 2 of his superpowers. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the 2 super abilities are very powerful. Nick is heartbroken. The most important thing is what Chin Yun said. What parallel world, what cosmic crisis. This makes Nick, who has a very low sense of security, feel even more insecure. The so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect everything, but Nick found himself feeling powerless. Natasha Romanoff, do you think what he said is true? Nick decides to ask his right-hand man for the Men in Black, Natasha Romanoff, who should know a little more about the Men in Black. Maybe it's true. What Natasha Romanoff saw and heard at the Men in Black base is almost exactly the same as Chin Yun's self-report. No matter the huge base, or those high-tech weapons. It all indicates that what Chin Yun said is not just empty talk. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick's face darkened even more. If true, then how do we deal with groups like the Men in Black? Nick is a little anxious, and he is most anxious when he can't do others. Fury, actually S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have to fight against the Man in Black. Why should we deal with the Man in Black? S.H.I.E.L.D. does its own thing, and the Men in Black do what the Men in Black do. It's like the CIA, the FBI, and they all have their own jobs. Natasha Romanoff thinks that Nick's idea is not very good. The 2 sides don't need to fight each other, right? Our shield is to treat everything as an imaginary enemy, so as to protect the country and our people. Natasha Romanoff. Fury, you can't beat the man in black. Quote. As soon as these words came out, Nick fell silent for a moment. While he was silent, he kept playing with a BB machine in his hand, but he was having a violent ideological struggle in his heart. Do you want to bring her here? Natasha Romanoff didn't know how to speak. She really didn't want Nick to regard the men in black as the enemy. In fact, in Natasha Romanoff's opinion, the men in black's organizational philosophy and actions were far greater than S.H.I.E.L.D. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was her second home. She still has feelings for S.H.I.E.L.D. Now Nick regards the man in black as an imaginary enemy. How can he fix it? Just as the two of them were thinking about each other, Natasha Romanoff found that his watch began to vibrate violently. The frequency of the vibration almost shocked her enough to change her pants. This is the watch communicator that the man in black gave her. What's the situation? What's the situation? It's definitely news from the man in black. But Natasha Romanoff didn't tell Nick, but opened it and took a look. In 1 minute, all members put on sunglasses. This is more like a notice to all men in black. Natasha Romanoff is a little confused. What happened? Why is everyone wearing glasses all of a sudden? Subconsciously, Natasha Romanoff put her hands in the lined pockets of her suit. The inside is very simple, just a pen and a folded portable sunglasses. It doesn't take up any space, even if you are exercising, it won't affect you. This was given to her by 404 after she changed her clothes. In addition to the watch, this is also the standard configuration of the man in black. Sunglasses. Is it some kind of VR device that needs to be turned on? Is it news from Chin Yun? Nick asked. No. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. Although puzzled, she put on her glasses silently. However, what Natasha Romanoff expected to appear in the sunglasses did not happen at all. After wearing the sunglasses, it seemed the same as not wearing them. Just when Natasha Romanoff was still wondering, Nick spoke too. Natasha Romanoff, I think. During the conversation, Nick also froze for a moment, and then continued, I think Tony is really talented. Natasha Romanoff, what the hell? Why did you suddenly start talking about this? Tony, what's wrong? The definitely I'm talking about is the 3 space stations that Tony built. They can be replaced even when gamma storms destroy so many satellites. It would be great if the Avengers were as reliable as Tony. Space station. Natasha Romanoff was even more at a loss. You don't know. No way. What did you do yesterday? Why don't you know such a big thing? As he said that, Fury also took out his mobile phone and flipped through it casually. Just turned over a report. Natasha Romanoff took it silently, only to see the report wrote. The gamma storm hit, the artificial satellite in the synchronous orbit was not protected by the atmosphere, and it was almost wiped out. At the critical moment, Stark Industries stood up and turned the tide. With Stark's advanced technical strength, the space station blocked the gamma storm and replaced the satellite. Run. Contemporary life cannot be separated from satellites, and now we cannot live without Stark. This exaggerated report left Natasha Romanoff dumbfounded. Wait, those 3 in the sky are space stations built by Stark. What the hell is this saying? Isn't that thing the spaceship of the man in black? How did it become a space station? And, what kind of gamma storm destroys the artificial satellite? Isn't it all shot down by Chin Yun? To be honest, Nick's subject changed so quickly that Natasha Romanoff couldn't react at all. What are these? Moreover, before she came to Nick's office, she also looked at the internet. At that time, the discussions on the internet were not like this, but about topics such as alien invasion. How did it suddenly become like this now? How did Tony show up? Natasha Romanoff also took out her mobile phone and began to flip through various reports. She found that all the news reports she had seen before had disappeared. Instead, it's all about Stark Industries, about gamma storms. It was outrageous. The feeling of the world changing in the blink of an eye gave her the illusion that she hadn't woken up. Fury, do you really not remember these things, and the man in black? Man in black. Nick frowned too. The organization I asked you to investigate. What happened? Something is wrong. Everything is wrong. Reminiscent of the message sent from the watch of the man in black just now, asking everyone to wear glasses. Could it be that? Natasha Romanoff stood up abruptly, took off her glasses to observe. There should be something in the structure of this thing. I have something else to do, I have to go. Natasha Romanoff got up instantly and walked out without any hesitation. She's going to verify something. Are you leaving now? Didn't you want to? Hey, what are you driving in my office? Looking at Natasha Romanoff's back, Nick just wanted to stop her, but realized that he forgot what to say to Natasha Romanoff. It's strange, it must be because I worked too late yesterday, I didn't sleep well, and I'm a little forgetful. I have to catch up on sleep. However, it didn't take long for Nick to blame his feeling of forgetting something on not getting enough sleep. There is no doubt that the effectiveness of amnestics is stronger than originally imagined. In addition to clear memory, it can also instill certain ideas in people's subconscious mind, and people will ignore some details subconsciously. Even people like Nick have been tricked. Natasha Romanoff had just left Nick's office when she bumped into Thor, who was looking hurriedly. Thor, didn't you go back to Asgard? When a few people were leaving yesterday, didn't Thor say that he would go to Asgard to find his father, to find Odin? Why haven't you left yet? Is my memory really wrong? At this moment, even Natasha Romanoff began to doubt himself. Cough cough, I just have some personal matters, it's not important. The important thing is, do you still remember what happened yesterday? The reason Thor didn't leave was because he and his little girlfriend spent the night doing some fitness programs. Natasha Romanoff gets excited when Thor asks about it, though. You remember too. Thor got excited too. I chatted with them just now, but no one seems to remember what happened yesterday. They also said that the 3 ships in the sky are the space station built by Tony, and what kind of gamma storm is it? Don't you think it's a hell? In the morning, Thor is going to say hello to the rest of the Avengers before going back to Asgard. After all, it may take half a month to come next time. However, in the process of greeting, Thor found that everyone had forgotten what happened last night. Even the things about Chin Yun's Man in Black were all done by Tony. Hawkeye, Hulk, they forgot everything. They always talk about Tony's space station from time to time. Even he passed the hallway and heard the passer-by staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. discussing it fiercely, as if Tony had become the center of the whole world. Ultron is all Tony solved. How is this possible? He remembers very clearly that it was Chin Yun who solved it. He still vividly remembers Chin Weijong telling them not to interfere and cause trouble for the Man in Black. So far Thor is a little upset. Are you wearing sunglasses? Natasha Romanoff asked suddenly. What sunglasses? Thor froze for a moment. Natasha Romanoff. Smart, she has already guessed something. Such a big event happened, so many people's memories were messed up, it would be fine if it was me alone. Thor also remembers, so there is only one problem. The Men in Black. They made a move to change the memory of everyone in the whole world. Thor has not been modified, perhaps because he is not a pure earthling. Doesn't he always say that he is a god? Just thinking about it makes me creepy. Tampering with memory. The Man in Black can have such a method. If they have this kind of thing, doesn't it mean that Chin Yun can become president in an instant if they want to? Good guy. Although this situation was scary, it made Natasha Romanoff believe even more that the Men in Black organization was pure. After all, you can change the memory of the whole world, what can you not do? What can you not have? No one can stop you from doing bad things. I think I have to go to the base of the Men in Black to check with Chin Yun. Meanwhile, Stark Ya. Tony's phone was also ringing, and various acquaintances, business partners, and high-ranking officials all began to contact Tony. There is no way, the space station that can replace all satellites can only be said that the satellite needs of the entire Earth are there. I didn't expect that. Tony, you are hiding such a hand. When was this synchronous orbit space station technology developed? Isn't this prepared for any danger? As for when was it developed? I forgot to. Quote, look, it's starting to install again, isn't it? A space station in synchronous orbit that can withstand gamma-ray storms, and the technology of replacing thousands of artificial satellites with 3, such a powerful thing, you said you forgot. It must be that Tony is pretending again. I really forgot, maybe this thing was just stored and not ready to use before, and it doesn't matter. Tony is also a little confused now, he really can't remember when Stark Industries made something. Ha ha ha, You pretend to be a B, I will give you full marks. By the way, our company also has a demand for satellites. A few satellites were launched before and all of them are gone. Although the service is still available now, it just happened to catch up. Can you give us a few more interfaces? Definitely no problem, as long as the money is in place. 0. Well said. That's it. Tony answered no less than 10 similar calls in the morning. No way. It's because Stark Industries has magic now. Although the artificial satellite is gone, according to the interface that the space station has taken over so many original satellites, it still operates without pressure. It shows that its power is far from the limit. So who wouldn't want to have more satellite connections to serve themselves? After agreeing to an unknown number of people, Tony realized that he hadn't contacted the company yet. Hastily made a phone call to his secretary. Potts, how is the space station running? How many ports are left? An interface represents the function of a complete satellite. Although Tony is not short of money, he is a businessman after all, and it is all money. However, the response Potts gave him made him a little confused. I do not know either. I'm in the technical department now, but we've searched all the systems, but we can't find the console of the space station. The most important thing is, I was looking for information in the project department, and there was no information related to the space station at all. There was only a piece of space-based weapon planning from the Stark Military Industry Department. Still not working. It's not even known when the 3 space stations were built, who the astronauts were. In general, Stark Industries knows nothing about these 3 space stations. How is it possible? I remember that these 3 space stations belong to us. Why can't I find the console? Yes, boss, I also remember that it belongs to us. Not only I remember, everyone remembers, but I can't find the information, and I can't find the people involved in the project. I think. For a long time, I don't know when this project was done. I thought it was you, the boss. Quote. It's not me. But it should be done by the company, I have the impression. Tony shook his head subconsciously. Although he is responsible for the entire technical department in the company, there are still some projects that he did not personally do. In his impression, it was what the company used to do. The problem is, no, can't find it. This is very weird. Everyone knows that they made it themselves, but there is no information. Can't even remember when it happened. The key is that I can't even find a relevant person. When the matter was asked here, Tony felt a chill down his back. What happened? JARVIS, do you have a record of the space station in your database? Tony subconsciously asked towards the air, but all he got was silence. Oh yes, JARVIS was swallowed by Ultron. Wait, Ultron, shouldn't we be taking care of Ultron? Ultron seems to have been taken care of by me. Hey, how did I get it done? Why can't I remember? Tony just felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his forehead. There is only one doubt in my mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? MTFK. What the hell happened? My head is in a mess. However, no matter how much Tony's hair is falling out now, the stock of Stark Industries is still rising all the way. Even in just half a day, it has almost risen by 50%. Tony has more money, seeing that the eyes of the whole world are all focused on Stark Industries. Chin Yun is very satisfied. The things the men in black do are relatively secretive, and it will be inconvenient if they attract too many people's attention. I just don't know if Tony can hold it. Chin Yun laughed. Tony must have a headache now, right? After all, although amnestics can modify people's memories, they cannot modify reality. People look at the 3 ships in the sky and subconsciously think that they are the space station of Stark Industries, but that is not true after all. All the pressure will eventually go to Tony. I hope he can bear it. Just now, what happened? I feel a kind of power seems to. Wanda's origin magic power also has aspects that can involve memory. So she is more sensitive to amnestics. She could feel that there seemed to be an invisible wave sweeping over just now, but it was all blocked by the glasses. Well, we just erased everything that happened yesterday from people's memory. Erase memories. Whose? The Avengers. Wanda was not surprised by Chin Yun's behavior, but he was curious whose memory was erased just now. Everyone, the entire Earth yesterday, the memories related to the satellite meteorite and us men in black, have been erased. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Hearing this, Wanda and Quicksilver were completely stunned. Everybody, the whole planet. Wanda. Can you do it? Quicksilver asked tremblingly. My bro, what are you talking about? Do you think I can do it? Wanda spread her hands. She has also done things like erasing memories. However, the process is very cumbersome. First of all, she has to get in touch with the other party in order to probe into the memory deep in a person's heart. Secondly, she, 697, needs to find the part she wants to eliminate in the countless memories of the opponent's brain, and then modify it. This requires her to consume a lot of energy and a lot of time, at least dozens of minutes. And just now, Qin Yun just said something, and then it was over almost instantly. The most outrageous thing is that it covers the horror range of all human beings in the world. Too terrifying, Wanda murmured to herself, feeling that even she could not accept this method. Wanda, in fact, your ability also has great potential. Don't belittle yourself. When you fully develop your ability, you can do it easily, and even become stronger. The technology we use now is actually a very simple elementary level technology, which can only do a little trick to memory, and your ability is a magic that can even rewrite reality. Your strength is unparalleled. When you really develop your deepest strength, the whole world can be moved by your will. Seeing Wanda's deeply shocked look, Qin Yun quickly comforted her. Although Wanda's current strength doesn't look strong, it just hasn't been developed. If Qin Yun remembers correctly, in the original timeline, Wanda and Vision were still in love, but after Vision died, Wanda had a minor outburst. The reality of an entire town has been completely rewritten. The kind of ability that can't distinguish between reality and fantasy is really strong. If you want to use science to reach this level, Qin Yun guesses that it must be at least a medium-level technology. Rewrite reality. Wanda felt a little unsure. She knows what she is like best. Is she so powerful? Actually, the effect of origin magic power is much greater than you imagine. As he said that, Qin Yun's thoughts moved. A red energy surged from his body. Then, the alloy table beside it slowly floated up. This is... Wanda was stunned. She is too familiar with this thing. That red power is almost exactly the same as the one in her body. Qin Yun actually has the same ability as himself. That kind of magical power from the same root made the magic power of chaos in Wanda's body start to move around the corner. I just feel as if I have found a loved one. Qin Yun didn't talk nonsense. When the table was suspended, he silently picked up the ballpoint pen beside him. Then, the ballpoint pen began to spin crazily in his palm. Soon, the speed reached a terrifying stage, and even produced a sharp howling in the air. After a few seconds of force, the ballpoint pen suddenly flew out at an unseen speed, continuously circling around Qin Yun, and the speed became faster and faster. Finally, when only thin circles could be seen around, it suddenly stabbed towards the table. Go. Stab. Facing the hard alloy tabletop, the fragile pen pierces the tabletop as if stabbing tofu. Then it stopped firmly in the middle, and the nose and the end of the pen can still be seen on both sides of the table. The steel of the table looked at least 4 or 5 centimeters thick, very strong and reliable. But it was pierced by Qin Yun with a pen in front of several people. Even if you put a sniper rifle so close. I just used less than 0.1% of your power, and I easily gave it a strong attack power. Seeing Qin Yun's demonstration, Wanda just felt as if the door to a new world had been opened. Her use of origin magic power is still too superficial. Most of the time, she just uses this power like psychokinesis, manipulating objects, forcibly hitting, or tearing, defending and so on. Never thought that magic can be played like this. The autobiography of the pen, coupled with the constant revolution around Qin Yun to accelerate. Ordinary ballpoint pens, as long as they are fast enough, will become more terrifying than all kinetic energy weapons. So strong. Wanda stared blankly at this scene, as if imagining the table as an enemy. If she can also perfectly control this set of operations. Going even further, control some more pens. Doesn't it matter how many enemies there are, even if there are thousands of troops in front of him? Is it just an instant to wipe out everyone? Only a few red lights can be seen and skipped, all the enemies are GG. Your power will only become stronger, as long as you put more effort into it, think more about how to use your power, control it, and become the master of your power. Instead of letting power control you. The initial Wanda's manipulation of chaos power was still too superficial. And although he only has 0.3% of Wanda's power, he understands his own power better than Wang Zhuang. Because his origin magic power was instilled in him after the system analyzed it perfectly. All sources of power have been disassembled and reconstructed, if you describe origin magic power as a book. Wanda's strength is to get this book directly, and to recite it bit by bit. Qin Yun is equivalent to writing it stroke by stroke. In this way, although the system parses very slowly, the result is still good. At least Qin Yun can perfectly control what he gets. In the move just now, Qin Yun had already exerted all his breastfeeding strength. Even when Qin Yun saw that the ballpoint pen hadn't completely penetrated the table but was stuck in the middle, Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. I almost thought that my bee had failed to pretend. Still, it turned out to be good. At least, Wanda's brain is itching. Most importantly, Qin Yun also has the same power as himself. This made Wanda feel that the distance between the two seemed to be getting closer. Heterogeneous people will always subconsciously lean towards people similar to themselves. The Wanda brothers and sisters, in the eyes of most people who have experienced it before, are the kind of aliens. At this moment, the mysterious veil on Qin Yun's body seemed to be even thicker. Just when Wanda was still dreaming, Qin Yun also began to prepare for another matter. Purchase successful. Current balance, 3,580 points. The simple base has been stored in the system space. Qin Yun started spending money again. After spending 300 yuan, I bought a modular proposal base in the system mall. Before going to Three Body World, he planned to complete the Pacific Rim base first. Prepare a small team, about 30 people. Let's go to the New World and set up a branch base. Quote. Okay boss. As the logistics supervisor, works very efficiently. In less than 15 minutes, they took 30 people to the gate of the dimension to stand by. Of the 30 people, only 5 were armed security personnel. Everything else is technical, engineering, and general secret service. After all, it is necessary to arrange the preparatory work for the sub-base, and there is no one to fight on the moon. Are we going to the moon? I've never been in space in my life. In the spacesuit locker room near the dimension gate, Quicksilver looked a little excited. He never thought in his life that he would have the chance to go to the moon one day. Put it on quickly, you are the one who talks a lot. Wanda was urging on the sidelines. Although she seemed to dislike Quicksilver's appearance that she had never seen in the market, it could be seen that she was actually looking forward to it. After all, who doesn't have a dream of going to the moon? The space suit of the men in black is very light, almost equivalent to wearing a thick suit. That is to say, the helmet and the oxygen tube appeared to be relatively large. After Quicksilver was changed, he even activated the ability to run around the room a few times. Does not affect movement. When the two of them got dressed and came to the gate of Diwan, Qin Yun was already waiting at the gate of Diwan. It's just that Qin Yun didn't wear a space suit. Quicksilver and Wanda thought that Qin Yun would not go, but looked at the gate of dimension. This is the dimensional gate that can travel through the world. It was the first time for the two of them to see such a thing as the dimensional gate, and they were quickly attracted deeply. The dimension door is huge, and a mysterious Lu official is depicted on the black and blue door frame. There is a faint flash of light between the symbols. And in the middle of the dimensional gate, there is an extremely black dot. Surrounding the black dot, brilliant lights and shadows are constantly rotating in a fan shape. It seems to be able to swallow everything, making people feel an indescribable sense of fear. This door looks so scary. I feel like my soul is going to be swallowed. Quicksilver couldn't help swallowing, feeling as if the door was going to suck him in. Normally, there is a man-made black hole in the middle of this door, not to mention the soul. Theoretically you can throw a sun and he can suck it in. Qin Yun laughed. Although he had seen it many times, he still felt that the dimensional gate was a mystery that people wanted to peek at. This, after all, is a technology that can travel through space and time and break through to another universe. I don't know what level it is. Medium level, or high level. Anyway, it can't be made with the existing technology of the Men in Black. An artificial black hole. Quicksilver and Wanda stared at the black dot. Table tennis file size, but it is a black hole after all. Can the sun be sucked in? It is unimaginable for the two of them. What a terrifying thing this must be. If this falls, will the Earth be gone? The technical content of Yuanmen this time, even if the two of them don't know much about science and technology, they are a little palpitating. A black hole with the size of a table tennis ball should be higher in mass than the Earth, right? With such a large mass, they didn't feel any gravitational imbalance. It can only be said that this thing is beyond their comprehension. Walk. Qin Yun smiled slightly, but was not ready to explain. Without saying a word, he walked towards the dimension gate. And the process of entering the gate is a very magical tool. Visible to the naked eye, as Qin Yun got closer to the dimension gate, Qin Yun's whole body began to shrink. Afterwards, it flew into the air directly and was attracted by the black hole in the center of the door. It turned into a ray of light, and fell straight to the center of the black hole. Finally disappeared. Hiss. This scene almost didn't surprise Quicksilver. Is this swallowed by a black hole? Gone. Just as Quicksilver subconsciously took a step back, Wanda pushed him forward. Wanda trusts Qin Yun very much now. If Qin Yun has gone in, then she will not be afraid. Before he could say no, he felt a strong suction. That force pulled his whole body into the air. Even made Quicksilver subconsciously activate his super ability, but it still didn't help. He just felt that everything in front of him began to grow rapidly. Especially the black hole in the center of the dimension gate gradually began to occupy more of his field of vision until there was only darkness left in front of him. I don't know how long it has passed, but it was about a second or two. Just when Quicksilver thought he was dying and his head was dizzy. His eyes lit up, felt the grounded touch again. To the eye, it was desolate, and the silver-white lunar soil covered every inch of land in front of him. Quicksilver can obviously feel the softness under the feet, and the body becomes very light. The surface of the moon is full of ravines, without a trace of life. There are only some vaguely visible footprints, and a few portable devices. It seems that the Secret Service who came here before left behind the equipment used to connect to the network here. We've reached the moon, Quicksilver exclaimed subconsciously. He, one day, will also reach the moon. Subconsciously, both siblings looked towards the sky. A blue planet suddenly came into view, and there was the Earth. At this moment, the brothers and sisters looked at each other, feeling a certain kind of yearning. If Dad knows that we can still look at our hometown on the moon, he will be very happy. Their father was fond of astronomy and knew most of the stars in the sky. When I was young, what my father liked most was to sit with the two of them in front of the window after dinner and take them to look up at the stars. At that time, Quicksilver was still a little boy. Then Dad, I will become an astronaut when I grow up, and I will also be like Apollo landing on the moon, because I have taken a big step for mankind. Every time my father heard Quicksilver say that, he would laugh. Our country's aerospace industry is still too backward, but my son has such an idea. Maybe you will become the first person to land on the moon in our country in the future. Aha! Memories flooded in, and before he knew it, tears welled up in Quicksilver's eyes. Father, I landed on the moon. Did you see that? Just when the two were still feeling sad. But he found that Qin Yun had already started gesticulating near the dimension gate. Boss, wait, where's your spacesuit? Just about to say hello to Qin Yun, the two were dumbfounded. Because they discovered that Qin Yun didn't even wear a space suit. Just standing on the moon in a suit. Oh, no, I'll just stay for a while anyway. There is no air on the moon as a medium of transmission. So if they didn't wear a spacesuit, there would be no sound when they spoke, but Qin Yun's voice was very clearly transmitted to the minds of both of them. Qin Yun, already able to survive in a vacuum. Chapter 51. In fact, Qin Yun now definitely doesn't have the ability to survive in a vacuum purely with his physical body. But I can't stand Qin Yun as a fill money player. The force field shield I bought before can be used in practice, and there are actually many functions that can be developed. When the deflector shield is activated, it will cover the whole body and can completely isolate the whole person from the external environment. The huge negative pressure and radiation in the vacuum environment are not a problem for Qin Yun. The only things to consider are temperature and oxygen. So, don't look at Qin Yun, who seems to be very calm now. In fact, he had already started to feel a little unbearable. Before he entered the dimension gate, he took a deep breath and held it back. The temperature is blocked by origin magic power heating. But it didn't last long. So Qin Yun is actually observing the terrain quickly. The base must be put down immediately. The terrain of the moon is actually quite complicated, but the location of the dimension gate is not bad, it happens to be a plain. Qin Yun felt it, and it shouldn't be a big problem. He didn't have hesitation either, and quickly took out the purchased modular base from the system space. In the hand, the base looks like a miniature Lego toy. Everyone is curious, how did Qin Yun come up with a toy all of a sudden? However, before he was curious, Qin Yun threw the toy in his hand. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the toy began to disintegrate in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turned into a piece of parts. And in this process, the parts began to get bigger and bigger. In the end, almost the entire sky was obscured. This. Wanda stared wide-eyed, shocked. Subconsciously, what Qin Yun said just now came to mind. If you are strong enough, you can even rewrite reality and make the whole world move according to your will. Is Qin Yun's so-called rewriting reality? The little toy soon began to automatically assemble on the ground in the eyes of everyone. It seems that every part knows where it is going. Amidst the dazzling mechanical changes, a simple moon base just stood up out of thin air. Wanda and Quicksilver were still in shock, but the others seemed not surprised at all, and walked towards the entrance of the base in an orderly manner. Qin Yun even came to the airlock immediately without any intention of staying. He was really a little out of breath. If you hold it down, you will be hypoxic. Only Wanda and Quicksilver are behind the scenes. Was that magic just now? I don't know, it's not like my magic. Wanda doesn't know how to explain this scene. Qin Yun's magic and her magic are not at the same level at all. The two walked slowly towards the branch base with shock. Qin Yun, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. A physical sigh of relief. Fortunately, the base is packed and can be quickly deployed. I almost suffocated myself. Next time I won't pretend, at least I have to find something that can be supported. Breathing the fresh air of the base, Qin Yun just felt that such an oxygen-rich environment is really wonderful. However, the earth next to it, which also has oxygen, is not beautiful. Huge amounts of monsters poured out of the wormhole. Across the ocean, it is wreaking havoc in the city. The Tokyo Coast Guard Command is almost in chaos. Quick, Level 3 Kaijuman. It's in the center of Tokyo. How could it be so fast? Doesn't it take 15 minutes to land? It's a Speed 1, Baga. It can fly. Where's the nearest hunter? Tango Wolf is under maintenance, cannot be dispatched. Still taking care of a ghost. Anyone who doesn't move out of Tokyo will die. But many parts are not installed. There will definitely be problems starting up now. Then force it to start, don't worry about it so much. Hold on first. Where is the support? When will it arrive? Storm Crimson at Hong Kong Hunter Base will arrive in 30 minutes. 30 minutes? The Earth in this world is even worse than the three-body world. At least, in the timeline of the Trisolaran world, the Trisolarans have not yet arrived, and the agreed aggression is still on paper, because everyone is preparing for war. However, this world, the giant beasts of the pioneers, has entered a state of non-stop fighting. The invasion never stopped. Basically every once in a while, a monster will emerge from the wormhole. From the very beginning, the planes and cannons were able to deal with them, but later on, the monsters became bigger and stronger. Only the superstar mecha hunters created by humans can do it. Now, even the mecha hunters are a little bit overwhelmed. Monsters appear more and more frequently, and every time they appear, people have to go all out. In 9 minutes, by the time the Chinese mech support is in place, 1/5 of the city of Tokyo will have been destroyed. Foot Basin people, die a miserable death. At the same time, an uninvited guest broke into a conference room of the United Nations. Everyone, are you in a meeting? The man is smoking a cigar and wearing a Rolex watch. Looking very comfortable, he picked up a chair and sat down consciously. Miles from the space agency. How did you get here? We are in a meeting, we will talk about it later. At the moment, the conference room was discussing about the third-level monsters that appeared in Tokyo this time. Everyone looks very busy. What else can we hold in a meeting? Isn't it just that there are monsters invading somewhere? I have something here, and I think you should be more interested. While talking, he took out a USB flash drive and put it on the table. What could be more important than a new monster invasion? Someone said impatiently. In this world, facing the invasion of monsters is the main theme, and everything else must stand aside. Miles held up his USB flash drive very confidently. Every time, there will be new monsters, which is nothing unusual, anyway, sooner or later they will be killed. Besides, isn't that monster in Tokyo? It's a small place like the Foot Basin, with so many people, it doesn't matter if it's dead. Begaya Road. What are you talking about? Hearing this, a certain Japanese high-level executive became furious, instantly rage, stood up and slapped the table hard. Miles just raised his eyebrows, and inserted the USB flash drive into the projection device beside him as if nothing had happened. Everyone, look here. Although Miles was very rude, and even a little embarrassed, the projected picture still attracted everyone's attention. They want to see, what can make Miles so rampant. However, at the beginning, everyone was shocked. Even the Japanese congressman, who was about to pick up a knife and challenge Miles, stared at the screen in disbelief. This is the picture captured by our Deep Space 2. Miles explained from the side. In the early hours of this morning, the orbit of Deep Space 2 coincided with the moon, forming a straight line. The moon is nothing to take pictures of. However, after all, it is a rare orbital angle to observe the moon. This time, the system recorded something different. In the picture, a building complex appeared on the supposedly bare ground of the moon. In the picture, some spherical and square buildings are arranged in an orderly manner on a certain plane. The lights above are brightly lit, and it seems that there are still people active inside. Near a recess next to the building complex, a large arch-like thing can be vaguely seen. When did we already establish a colony on the moon? What the hell is your space agency doing? The Japanese member of parliament asked repeatedly. For a moment, everyone looked at Miles with surprise and heartache. That's right, heartache. Because, they think, the things on the moon must have been made by the space agency. After all, in this era when the world is thinking of fighting mechs, only the space agency can have the ability to land on the moon. This is what makes them sad. Funding. It is said that a piece of shit in space is more expensive than gold. This is the basic common sense in the aerospace industry. Because the battle with the kaiju beast requires a lot of productivity and funds, in fact, the space agency has not allocated large amounts of funds for a long time. Before that, the space agency was actually a marginal department, the kind that grandma didn't love and grandpa didn't love. How much would it cost to build such a moon base? How many hunter mechas can be built? No, the reason why I came here is because this is not something that our space agency created. Miles rolled his eyes. With the small budget of the space agency every year, it is already amazing to be able to launch a few satellites into the sky. Building a moon base. He can't afford that much money with his life. Didn't the space agency do it? Meyer's words stunned everyone. I'll show you one more episode. Saw everyone hooked up. The corners of Miles' mouth curled up slightly. Another video started playing. Oh, God, how is this possible? What happened? This video was surprisingly recorded by Chin Yun when he deployed the moon base. The Deep Space Telescope serves as a large camera capable of observing deep space. Shooting things at a distance like the moon is almost equivalent to taking a photo of your face with a mobile phone, and the picture is very clear. In the video, countless mechanical structures are flying in the air, getting bigger, and finally gradually changing into their familiar appearance. It's unscientific. It's against the law of conservation of mass. The man in the video can be seen holding what appears to be in his hands. That's just a slap in the face file size. After throwing it out, it turned into such a huge base. The difference in size and quality must be at least tens of thousands of times, right? Foldable beds are not so foldable. How did you do that? Who are they? That guy isn't even wearing a space suit. Is it a robot? Among a group of people, Chin Yun in a suit was unusually obvious. How powerful is human technology? It all happened so fast, without fast forwarding. It only took a dozen seconds to go from the empty ground to such a huge base. It is hard to imagine who and what kind of forces this technical means. Everyone, do you still think that Kaijuman in Tokyo is important? Miles seemed very satisfied to see everyone's shocked appearance, although he was also very shocked when he first learned the news. Quote. Don't be a fool. Say it. Yeah, Tokyo doesn't matter. What the heck, I'm done dying. Many people knew of Miles' temper, and they began to appease him according to Miles' intention. As a department that can't get funds on weekdays, it's normal to coax a little at this time. Even the Japanese congressman fell silent. Even he understands how tempting this kind of thing is. Just to put it simply, add the mechanical hunter mecha, build it with this technology, even if the people in Tokyo are dead, it is worth it. You know, a giant mecha will take several years and countless manpower and material resources. Not even as big as this moon base. Anyone can count 10 seconds and years. So, now everyone is eager to know who has such awesome technology. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Myers slowly got up and tidied up his clothes. Slowly said, "Actually, I don't know either." What he said was straightforward, but it was surprising. Everyone present wanted to press Miles to the ground and beat him to death. Quote. What are you talking about, Gooba? Don't you know you're making such a big fight? Facing the anger of the crowd, Miles held his head up. I've sent countless messages and never got a response. But, is it my fault? Is it my fault? Don't even look at how much money you allocate to the space agency. Now you want us to do something. This was said without embarrassment at all. It was like one person turned the audience over. It left a member of the House of Representatives speechless. Indeed, after the appearance of the kaiju beast, the appropriation of the space agency has been decreasing every year, until now there is almost not much, and it is enough to pay a salary. Everyone, the people on the moon, the technological level is obviously several levels higher than ours. And, I suspect, they might not be from Earth. Hasn't some experts said before that the evolution of human beings may have become what it is now with the intervention of aliens? You said, is there a possibility to use the ball on the ball? Is it those people? Chrysanthemum beasts invade more and more frequently. We must find higher level weapons, higher level technology. The moon is our chance. So, do you understand? Space Agency Miles, pay money. I'm going to launch a spacecraft to the moon and meet them in person. Quote. I agree. Then let's suspend the project of the new mecha for a while. This time the money will be allocated to the space agency. Soon, members of Congress unanimously passed a plan to allocate funds to the space agency. When it's bustling on this side of the Earth, Chin Yun was a little helpless. Boss, they have sent at least 10,000 communication requests. Chin Yun did not expect that no one has paid attention to the moon. Suddenly a deep space telescope caught them. No, the other party's communication signal almost shut down the base's equipment. Each frequency band, each method indiscriminate telephone bombing. Are we going to contact them? Let's ignore it for the time being, and deal with it hereafter the Trisolarans affairs are settled. Chin Yun doesn't want to establish contact with this side now. The main reason is that I don't want to expose myself to the eyes of the pioneers. The reason why the men in black want to do things in a low-key manner is that everyone does not know their existence, and it is also for this reason. Many third-type lives are really too strong. Only by keeping them mysterious, so that people don't know their cards, can they kill them with a single blow at a critical moment. Chin Yun first observes the behavior patterns of the pioneers, and then considers how to deal with these things. Invisible's diplomatic struggle actually started when Chin Yun arrived with people. Meanwhile, Earth, Tokyo, it's over. Every mech has a place that needs to be defended, and it is difficult to mobilize without orders. And Miles interrupted the meeting, causing the nearest mecha to receive an order to support Tokyo. It was already 40 minutes later. The Tango Wolf Hunter that was forcibly activated at the foot basin had already been turned into scrap metal by the sharp claws of the third-level monster. Almost half of Tokyo was destroyed, countless people were displaced, and countless people died. New daily tasks detected, adding. Pioneer crisis. Nomadic civilization is eyeing the Earth. and human life is hanging by a thread. Establish diplomatic relations with the pioneers or declare war. Reward. Zoom in and out lamp X5. Zoom in and out lights. Special rays that can change the file size of matter, and do not obey the law of mass. When will technology develop to truly understand that file size is not a problem, but the brain is? Almost when Tokyo was completely destroyed, the system's daily task prompts also came to Qin Yun. Zoom in and zoom out lights. When Qin Yun saw this reward, he almost jumped up excitedly. Good guy. This is pure black technology, right? Can zoom in and out of objects without following the law of conservation of mass. Reasonably, there seems to be a person in the Marvel world who has this kind of ability. Ant-Man. It's just that Ant-Man uses something called Pym particles to complete this operation, which seems to be not the same principle as the zoom in and zoom out lights rewarded by the system. This thing should be a technology from the world of Doraemon. To be honest, Qin Yun was moved. It's just that if you want to complete this task, you have to think carefully about how to do it. The system gives two options, one is to establish diplomatic relations and the other is to go to war. These are also the two most common forms of diplomacy. But both are very laborious. The pioneers are similar to the Trisolarans, they both belong to the old civilization that doesn't take human beings seriously. For the pioneers, this contempt is even more obvious. After all, the Trisolarans are a crisis civilization and need the entire civilization to immigrate to the solar system. And the pioneers are just a few people's family workshops to deal with the Earth. It seems that in most worlds, humans will be the lowest ones. Qin Yun sighed. He understood why the Men in Black organization existed. Why is there a so-called community of shared future for mankind? After all, in most of the human world, everyone is struggling. Facing the third type of life that is much stronger than themselves, they are either being invaded or struggling to survive. If you don't report to the regiment to keep warm, it may really be extinct sooner or later. However, with the current strength of the Man in Black, it is a bit difficult to deal with the pioneers. Is it only possible to establish diplomatic relations? For this option, Qin Yun was very dissatisfied. The other party looked at the Earth, and human beings were only the aborigines of the Earth, so diplomatic relations had been established. It is only possible to deal with those aboriginal residents like the discovery of the New World back then, vulnerable groups who were enslaved. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yun couldn't figure out how to deal with it, so he had to let this matter go. The moon base, Qin Yun has also been installed. Anyway, you can come to this world at any time in the future, and I will take a look when the time comes. Leaving most of the Secret Service maintenance base, Qin Yun returned to the Marvel world with Wanda and Quicksilver. The two seemed to be a little excited, and they still couldn't forget what happened just now. Quicksilver is thinking, two promises. But Wanda is different, she still thinks Qin Yun's method of setting up the base is to use origin magic power. He is thinking about how to become as powerful as Qin Yun. However, when they returned to the Marvel world, Qin Yun found out. The impact of global amnestics is far from over. Because, the base of the Men in Black welcomed a visitor that Qin Yun never expected. You said, there is a bald man in a robe in the video store. He said he wanted to find someone but he didn't know who to look for. The video store usually has no business at all, and most of the time it is hung with a arrest sign. This time was no exception, but even so, the bald head came uninvited. Hearing the word bald head, Qin Yun subconsciously became cautious. Because no matter in any world, bald people are the most powerful and special group of people. Bald people are not to be messed with. This is one of the laws of traveling through the heavens and worlds. Called the Monitor, and the result really surprised Qin Yun. Ancient One, there is no doubt that when you are picking and choosing a bald head in a video store, your attire is very obvious. It is the strongest magician on Earth, Ancient One. How did this thing come here? Qin Yun never listed Ancient One among the candidates he wanted to contact. After all, the things of the Men in Black are all on the technological side. Unlike Wanda, a half-baked magician, Ancient One is a real veteran magician. When things involve magic, it's easy to get confused. Isn't this guy going to retire? I'm so speechless, why are you running around? According to the normal timeline, Tung One at this node should be retiring soon. Then pass the location of Sorcerer Supreme to that doctor. Didn't arrange things well before retiring and went shopping. And even visited a video store. There is no such coincidence in the world, right? Boss, are we going to drive her away? 404 asked. Quote. No, I'll go to meet her in person. Although Qin Yun really didn't want to meet Ancient One, but everyone came to him, and it would be unnatural to drive him away. Come with me, Wanda, and I'll introduce you to someone. Wanda had just changed her clothes when she heard Qin Yun asking him to meet someone together. Although Wanda was slightly socially afraid, she still nodded in agreement without hesitation. Good. Is this going to meet Qin Yun's friend? A few minutes later, when Qin Yun brought Wanda to the ground by elevator. Ancient One is looking through several old discs. The customer has a good eye. This disc is a treasure in the store. Although not many people have heard this song, it is very nice. Qin Yun took the initiative to greet him, and Wanda stood aside like a little secretary, silently looking at the bald head secretly. But my heart was overwhelmed and a little complicated. Because she found that she couldn't capture the emotions of this bald head. This is already the second person in just 2 days. She has never met such a person before, but now she has met 2 in succession. Could it be, this bald head also has origin magic power? What Wanda doesn't know is that it's normal for her not to be able to capture Ancient One's emotions. Ancient One's magician system is very complicated, and it borrows powerful power. What was borrowed was either Visandi or Dormammu, this type of Chaos Mephisto. These Chaos Mephisto can also be regarded as latitude creatures, although the power is not as powerful as the source of origin magic power, it also involves high levels in essence. It is very difficult to capture the Ancient One under the blessing of these powers. He once told me that when he was a singer, no one cared about the songs he wrote, even the album was sold by himself, and not many people bought it. A total of thousands of copies were sold, and I didn't expect you to have one here. Ancient One opened his mouth but seemed to be a little nostalgic, gently stroking the old disc, as if evoking some unforgettable memories. Oh, you know him. This is already a singer of the last century, right? This vinyl disc alone has a history of 80 years, and the 3 Qin Yun are all old together. He was my student. Ancient One wasn't hiding either. Good guy, it's amazing to live so long. Qin Yun thinks that Ancient One's B outfit is a bit blunt. I'm sorry, when people get old, it's easy to like to recall the past. Ancient One smiled, and gently put the disc on the shelf. I understand. After all, it's been hundreds of years. Seeing people familiar to everyone leave, there must be such a feeling that things are different. Qin Yun nodded and smiled mysteriously. Okay. Upon hearing the words of a few hundred years, Ancient One's face was full of astonishment, and he looked at Qin Yun in amazement. How does Qin Yun know that he has lived for so long? You know me, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, you've found it here, I know you're weird. Qin Yun was also surprised. Ancient One was able to find the video store, which means she must have discovered something. Otherwise, why are you here? But listening to her, it seems that she doesn't know much. The future is blurred and everything that was clear is broken. And in these fragments, I see that many people will come here, so I came here, looking for an answer. Now it seems that I have found it. Ancient One just stood there with his hands behind his back, staring at Qin Yun intently. Qin Yun immediately understood the meaning of Ancient One and why Ancient One appeared here. There is no doubt that the Ancient One holding the Time Gem is the most knowledgeable person in the world. Because others know something or learn something, they need to learn step by step and get answers from other people's mouths or materials. Ancient One is different, she opens and hangs directly. Take the Time Gem to flip through the timeline. Almost everything in the past, present and future can be seen. And when the man in black appeared in this world, the timeline was different. Everything that was going to happen may change because of Qin Yun's appearance. The result of the change, Time Gem, is also hard to see. Because the man in black has the power to connect the heavens and the world, but the power of the Time Gem is limited to this world wish. He cannot touch the world beyond the wall. Therefore, Ancient One discovered that his plugin suddenly didn't work. Still, as a longtime Time Gem user, she sees something in a future that's starting to crumble. That is, some very important people in the past will often come to this video store. So, here she is. Maybe, I have the answer you want, but magician, aren't you going to retire? Do you really want this answer? Even if it makes things more complicated. There is actually no bad influence on Ancient One Qin Yun. It is also good to be able to make friends with her, but according to the original plan, Ancient One may die in a few days. Moreover, her death was not a simple death. Rather it relates to the death of Creator God and Wutlat Mephisto. This is about the power system of Ancient One. Her magic originally came from Wyshandi. Visandi is also a Latitude Mephisto, but he is more orderly. He will borrow his power to those magicians, and the magician's practice will also increase his strength. When the magicians die, Wyshandi will take back all the power, plus the magician's lifelong practice. Strictly speaking, it is like lending money. But there are benefits for both parties. After all, people are dead, so what do you need the power of the flesh? However, Ancient One encountered huge amounts of crisis at some point. And it was the kind of crisis that no one but her could withstand. Seeing that her life was coming to an end, she had to resort to other methods. That is Dormammu. Dormammu was once part of the invasion of Earth, but was repulsed by Ancient One. Later, Ancient One found a way to forcibly absorb Dormammu's power to maintain life. The means are harsh, but effective. At this stage, Ancient One possesses the power of Mephisto of 2 latitudes, which is very powerful, and relying on this power, it has guarded the Earth for many, many years. She was tired, and she was under a lot of pressure. She felt that her lonely life was too painful, and she wanted to retire. However, if you come out to hang out, you have to pay it back. She has borrowed too much power. Once she dies, even her soul will be taken away. For the things she borrowed, the interest rate is actually not high. So, she thought of another way. She once met a person when she was young. No, it should be a god. His name is Eternity. Eternity is the 5 creator gods of the Marvel world. Eternity admired her so much that he even gave her the time gem. With this relationship, Ancient One found that she finally had a way to retire. That is, after death, the soul goes to find Eternity and becomes his younger brother. In this way, she can leave with most of her body's strength, but the debt collectors dare not come to collect it. There is no way, because it is awesome. Even if Dormammu is rampant, he dare not really trouble the Creator God. I can only collect some principle from the corpse of Ancient One. That's the whole plan of Ancient One wanting to retire. And Qin Yun's scruples are these 3 Mephistos: Dormammu, Visandi, and Eternity. This is also the reason why Qin Yun didn't want to contact Ancient One. Once Ancient One had contact with the Man in Black, he knew the existence of the Man in Black. Those 3 guys will probably notice them. Reasonable. As far as the current Man in Black and the 3-body man have to play tricks, they really face the level of the Creator God like Eternal. No kidding. A sneeze can destroy several small universes, right? Backquote. You even know about my retirement. Ancient One is not surprised to know that she is Sorcerer Supreme. After all, although her name is nothing in the eyes of ordinary people, many high-level people Shendu know it. But she has never told anyone, Zhao Haohao, about her retirement. It's all just a plan in her head. How did Qin Yun know? I still know a lot of things, such as why you want to retire, such as, where you plan to go after you die. Qin Yun smiled slightly. Listening to Ancient One, I just feel my scalp tingling. What the hell? This young-looking man in front of me. Who the hell is it? Even after experiencing many things, Ancient One still couldn't calm down. After all, her panties are about to be exposed. It seems that I have come to the right place. Here, or you, should be the source of all this. At this moment, Ancient One's eyes met Qin Yun's. Both of them had their own thoughts. For a while, the atmosphere became silent. Neither of them spoke, and both seemed to be making some sort of huge amounts of decision. Wanda saw the communication between the 2 of them from beginning to end. To be honest, she looked dazed. Because, it seems that the 2 of them talked a lot, but she could understand none of them. It's like 2 Riddlers, especially when they can't capture the emotional fluctuations. And thinking of Qin Yun and Ancient One, the hidden reason is that they are really anxious. The only thing I understand seems to be, the bald woman in front of me seems to be very old. Hundreds of years. Can people really live that long? There was a long silence, not knowing what Ancient One was thinking. Finally, She said slowly, if I must know, what price will I have to pay? Hearing this, Qin Yun also narrowed his eyes. He was a little confused about the specific meanings of Ancient One. Is it because he blocked the timeline, so Ancient One thinks he is not a good person and wants to do it? Or did she simply want an explanation? It shouldn't be necessary to do it, after all, it still looks very harmonious until now. After thinking about it, Qin Yun replied, if you must know, then your retirement plan may have to be delayed. Under normal circumstances, when someone comes to visit as a guest, at least they have to be invited in for a cup of tea. But the current situation is that Qin Yun really doesn't want Ancient One to stay here. Because if Ancient One retires, all her belongings will be divided and recovered by Visandi and Dormammu. Even the soul has to run to mix with eternity. There's probably nothing wrong with Ancient One. But Qin Yun will have a very headache once those three things pay attention to the man in black. If Eternal has a bad intention or something, Qin Yun can't handle it now. Therefore, if you want to contact Ancient One, at least before the man in black has gained the combat power of the Creator God. Ancient One cannot retire. Most importantly, for a magician of Ancient One's level, amnestics are useless to her. Her memory has been cultivated to be bound to the soul, unless it is a higher level of power, otherwise there is no way to clear her memory. How long it takes? To Qin Yun's surprise, Ancient One actually asked how long does it take to delay retirement? Didn't you die a long time ago? How can you still ask? Qin Yun felt helpless, not sure, months, years, thousands of years. How can the power of the creation god level be obtained so easily? It still depends on luck, and the development of the Men in Black organization. If you're lucky, the Man in Black might get rich overnight in a few months. If you're unlucky, it could be decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years. After all, which god of creation didn't grow up after billions of years in the past? I can see that you have no bad intentions, what are you afraid of? Ancient One suddenly changed the subject. You are right, I am indeed afraid, I don't want to attract the attention of the Creator God. Quote. What Qin Yun didn't expect was that Ancient One really saw through his thoughts. I wear a shield on my body, so it's definitely not mind reading or something. Perhaps, it is only felt through facial expressions and words, it can only be said that it is an old fritters for hundreds of years. There is a set. You really know too much. Quote. However, Ancient One gasped. Qin Yun's words about God of creation almost made her feel numb. Qin Yun can even clearly understand the details that he will find eternity to be his backer after retirement. To be honest, she was even more curious. At this moment, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. How about, buy me a glass of water? It seems that Ancient One's curiosity is far stronger than imagined. You know, her retirement plan has been planned for many years. But Qin Yun didn't know how much influence had on Ancient One because of the confusion of the timeline. The reason why Ancient One was able to retire without any scruples and give up everything on the earth was because the future was already transparent. She has been able to find a successor who can take her place and make her career very high. All of this is based on the future she can see. When the future is unclear and everything has turned into a fog, the idea of Ancient One's retirement has actually become less firm. After all, she is not sure now, after she really leaves, will the successor really be able to do the same as before? The elevator goes down. Sitting in the elevator of the Man in Black, Ancient One was amazed. Interestingly, some kind of force distorts the space, so that the pressure of speed does not act on people, and protects the fragile body. Technology is indeed a magical power. Ancient One is a person who is extremely sensitive to time and space. He noticed the black technology of this elevator almost as soon as he got on the elevator. People's potential is infinite, but some fragile places still need to be protected. The force field protection technology can make people have more possibilities. Qin Yun laughed. Although it's just an elevator, Qin Yun has already discovered how powerful the technology is. After all, the elevator runs extremely fast, but the perception in the elevator is very comfortable. Qin Yun also specially sent the technical catalog in the main system of the base. The force field protection technology, even among the supporting technologies presented by the system, is one of the top ones. He can make people protected by the force field in the vehicle, although it may not be effective against any attack. But it can allow people to withstand huge amounts of overload acceleration. After all, the speed of the vehicle machinery can be very fast, and it is normal for the acceleration of spaceships and the like to reach hundreds of Gs. People can only bear a few G. With him, no matter what kind of vehicle it is, people can use it safely. As the elevator arrived, Qin Yun brought Ancient One to his office. Wanda thoughtfully went to the pantry and brought tea. I know you should prefer tea to coffee. You really understand me well. Ancient One took the cup from Qin Yun. From the corner of the eye, he looked out the window from time to time. There are many people in the base, and they are all busy with their own affairs. The moon base, preparations for the meeting in Trisolaris, etc. Qin Yun's office has a good view, and you can almost see the whole lobby on the first floor at a glance. You guys, shouldn't be some government organization? Ancient One asked. That's right. Before I explain to you why the future becomes blurred, Sorcerer Supreme, I want to ask you once again, have you really considered it? I've thought about it, so shall I say it? Speaking of business, Ancient One silently put down his teacup, then nodded. I do wonder what happened to the timeline. After Ancient One noticed the change in the timeline a few days ago, it has actually been investigating for many days. But still nothing. This is already a very big event for her. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Yun, the head of the headquarters of the 6th Sector headquarters of the Men in Black organization. For Ancient One, Qin Yun gave enough respect. Moreover, at this time, he actually had a bold idea. Is it possible to make Ancient One one of our own? Honestly, it's so tempting. Therefore, Qin Yun spoke very seriously, basically explaining what Ancient One wanted to hear and what he didn't want to hear. And Ancient One, since Qin Yun uttered the first sentence, has completely fallen into silence and shock. 36 sectors, each sector has endless universes and worlds. The Men in Black, a community with a shared future for mankind. Original life, 3000 creation gods battle. To be reasonable, Ancient One claims to be a well-informed person, and she doesn't even know how many times she has been in and out of the dimension space. But the new world that Qin Yun told her still shocked her deeply. Because, for the first time, she discovered that this world can be so big. Once, in her eyes, eternity was already strong enough, the most powerful creature she had ever seen. That's why she was going to embrace the eternal Thigh after she died. In Marvel's entire multi-universe, there are only 5 existences like eternity. But what, according to Qin Yun, something as powerful as eternity is placed in the heavens and myriad worlds, and even many. There are more than 3000 eternities in one battle alone. Can this thing be used as a counting unit? You mean, the multi-universe we are talking about now has always belonged to what you call Marvel's main sequence world. And the main sequence world like this, is there still infinity? Ancient One muttered to himself, feeling as if a piece of black cloth in front of him had been ripped off by Qin Yun. The fourth wall. It really exists. The so-called fourth wall is a guess that existed in some people a long time ago. When watching a stage play, people can only see 3 walls, and the other side is the position of the audience. They can see the performers on the stage through this imaginary wall. Many people speculate that there may be a 4th wall in reality, but we are surrounded by 3 walls and cannot observe the world outside the wall. Moreover, this statement, Ancient One, has actually been heard by many people, such as some Mephistos in the dimensional space. Also, when watching the timeline through Time Gem, there is a guy wearing a red tights and holding 2 knives, and he often talks to himself in the air, as if he is communicating with someone outside the wall. However, all of this is just speculation. No one has ever been able to confirm it, nor has anyone heard of anyone who broke this wall and went to another world. Actually, it's not just the 4th wall. Qin Yun smiled slightly. When there are enough worlds, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and even the 10,086th wall will appear. The heavens and worlds are endless, and no one knows where they are. It is even possible that when the 2 of us are chatting here, we will also appear in ACBD, some movie or novel. Hearing this, Ancient One fell silent. However, these are not important. The important thing is that we have the ability to cross the wall and connect all human beings. In this way, when human beings have a common destiny, no matter what dangers they face, there will be room to fight back. But, if everything you said is true, wouldn't your war still be a failure? Ancient One suddenly looked at Qin Yun with a half smile. Qin Yun's expression froze. Good guy, we just made up a story. How did life attack start? But we left the seed instead. Quote, Qin Yun pointed around. As long as people are still there, everything can start again. Although we have lost most of our things, a single spark can start a prairie fire. What can't kill us will only make us stronger. Ancient One stood up slowly, with hands behind their backs, watching the people coming and going outside the blinds. What the man in black did seems to be similar to what she did. They are silently guarding humanity behind their backs. It's just that their battle lines and layouts seem to be bigger. Definitely, all of this is based on the fact that the fourth wall actually exists. Can I see it? See. The world outside the wall? Qin Yun asked. Ancient One nodded. Qin Yun did not speak. Ancient One said hastily. Definitely, afterwards, I will give this to you. As he said, he wears time gem on his chest. Qin Yun. Good guy. This is too outrageous, right? Time gem. Qin Yun never expected, because of this blockbuster movie. If you have really been in contact with the world outside the wall, it is not surprising to know so many things, so you know what it is. Qin Yun nodded. It's of no use to me, but it may be of some use to you. Time gem, before this, is indeed very important, there can be no mistakes. Kind of. But now, it's useless. Because of the existence of Qin Yun, the timeline has been completely blurred and invisible. The Ancient One also couldn't see the future through gems. Originally, she was going to leave the gems for the next Sorcerer Supreme to use as weapons. Now, there is no need, because if she verifies that everything is true, Tongyi may really not want to retire. Since they are all retired, the power of gemstones doesn't matter anymore. She can repel all enemies by herself, even if it needs the power of time. To be reasonable, with her relationship with eternity, she can't borrow something from eternity. She is already in debt, and she is fully prepared to be a badass. Qin Yun was thinking rapidly in his mind. Time gem, although it may not be useful in other universes, but it must be worth a lot of money if sold to the system. To be honest, Qin Yun was moved. But, he wants more. After a fierce ideological struggle, Qin Yun slowly shook his head. Although I really want to take you to see it, you are not the man in black. We have our own rules. If you are not a man in black, you cannot travel around the world at will. This is very dangerous. So, if you really want to see it, there is only one way. That is, join us. That's right. What Qin Yun wants more is Ancient One. The ideas of the man in black and Katai Maji do not conflict. Qin Yun thinks, there is still a good chance that Tongyi can be tricked into working here. Ji Yu, hearing this, he was also stunned. She never expected that she had been the Sorcerer Supreme for so many years, the boss for so many years. Has anyone else made such a request? No way, the rule is like this. Qin Yun waved his hand, looking very helpless. But in fact, there is no such rule at all. However, Qin Yun didn't expect that Ancient One would really agree. Just about to say the next prepared speech, Ancient One nodded and said, okay. Then I will become a man in black. Actually, we also, you agreed. This will be replaced by Qin Yun's ignorance. Happiness comes so fast that there is no time for people to react. How did she say yes? Okay, then go through the entry process first. 404 you go and bring her into the job. I have other things to do. Qin Yun reacted quickly. Since Ancient One agreed, why don't we hurry up and make a conclusion? Waiting for someone to repent. However, it stands to reason that after chatting with Ancient One for so long, Qin Wei should accompany her when she joined. He really has something to do. Watching Ancient One's back disappear before his eyes, Qin Yun quickly called 808. Quick, add a line to the Man in Black manual. No one in this universe can pass through the dimension gate except the Man in Black. Okay boss. How long? 1 minute is enough, but those who need it will take over. Granted. I will give you the authority now. What Qin Yun didn't know was that when he hurriedly added new rules to the Man in Black, the Ancient One, who had gone far away, seemed to have a perception of something, and when he was walking, he looked back at the direction where Qin Yun was, although he couldn't see it. But her eyes seemed to know everything. Qin Yun was not the only one who couldn't understand the fact that Ancient One agreed to become the Man in Black. Even the author was very surprised. Could it be that she wants to break the fourth wall and hack the author of a novel to death? No one knows what Ancient One thinks, only she knows. Half an hour later, when Ancient One appeared in front of Qin Yun wearing a suit. Qin Yun doesn't know why, but he always feels, the current Ancient One is more like a killer than a magician. Asterisk 4. Ahem, welcome to the Men in Black. Agent G. Qin Yun stretched out his hand slowly, and shook hands with Ancient One. Seeing Qin Yun's weird expression, Ancient One rolled his eyes. I know I don't look good in a suit, don't you think I look like killer? Ah, magician. Oh no, Agent G, what are you talking about? Qin Yun smiled awkwardly, but confirmed his attitude. Kamar Taj has Wi-Fi, I often surf the internet. Quote. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha, no, how could it be? Good guy, Yu Tiao, you can read minds without magic. Qin Yun suddenly realized that it might be a mistake to invite Ancient One in. In the future, you have to be cautious when pretending to make up stories. Today, something big happened in Kamar Taj. It's not that Ancient One isn't home, it's that, the internet is disconnected. What's going on? I'm still video chatting with my sister. Why is the internet suddenly disconnected? Sister and sister are sisters all the time. You might as well have more time, practice magic. It's like you're practicing, you were watching a little movie just now, don't think I don't know. Disconnection, even for a magician world, is a very scary thing. Soon, they began to investigate. I asked, and the internet company said, we have never opened an account here. How is it possible? It has been used for so many years. I remember that I used Zhejun's new ID card when I bought a new internet package, right? Because Ancient One has been obtained for a long time, it needs to be replaced with a new certificate every time. Coincidentally, there was a discount for the package last time, and there is no price increase for new users to accelerate. As one of the few locals, even Ancient One was not exempt, and used his new ID card to apply for an internet package. However, Ancient One joined the Men in Black a few minutes ago. Everything that can prove the identity of Ancient One will be erased. This leads to Kamar Taj being disconnected directly. Isn't this the devil? The network cable is still here, so there will be no account. Have you seen the technology? I understand, but I haven't heard of the situation where the login account suddenly disappeared. Was it hacked? Made anyone else dare to hack into our Wi-Fi? Isn't this killing me? As they said that, some people who were in a state of desperation even began to have lightning whips in their hands, wishing to rush there and beat the perpetrator to death. However, gradually, they discovered that things seemed to be somewhat beyond expectations. Something is wrong. It's not just disconnected. I'm stupid. You read my diary. As he spoke, someone took out his diary. He has the habit of keeping a diary, and since he came to Kamar Taj, he has recorded every bit of himself every day. These places are all empty. As he spoke, he pointed somewhere. Today, XXXXXX taught me a new magic. I practiced it 18 times, but I still couldn't use it. I finally decided to play basketball. Your diary is really unique. The person who saw it subconsciously suppressed a smile. FK, this is what I want you to read. I originally wrote Ancient One Magician, now it's gone. As he spoke, he flipped through his diary page after page in front of people. All text about Ancient One Magician is gone. Subsequently, more and more people discovered this problem. No matter what documents, ancient books and secret books, even the chair in the courtyard with Ancient One's name engraved on it, all records about Ancient One have disappeared. Something big is up. Can anyone get in touch with Sorcerer Supreme? My phone contacts are gone. I went to the telecom company to check the call records, but I couldn't find it. Don't talk about the phone. The magic records of Sorcerer Supreme on my magic messenger are gone. When it was found that the Ancient One could not be found in the magic communication, everyone panicked. Someone asked tremblingly, "Fa, what happened? How could such a thing happen? Isn't it?" I felt something was wrong, as if something big had happened. On the headquarters of the Men in Black, Ancient One in the bald suit version frowned silently. As a strong person, he will have a reaction to everything related to himself. Just like in the original timeline, after Thanos snapped his fingers, Peter Parker perceived that he would be the half that was erased. She found that with her decision to join the Men in Black just now, and after completing the entry. Something that was my own was constantly disappearing. If you have to give this thing a definition, probably, it exists. Her sense of existence and connection with the past is disappearing. That's because. You are the Man in Black now. Our agents will come from all heavens and myriad worlds, countless worlds, and they will all have their own past, their own bondage, enemies or some unspeakable things. But what we have to face is a higher level enemy. Letting these small things tie down the agents will be very detrimental to our work. So, being a Man in Black is not just about simply putting on a suit and doing things together. It's about putting aside your past self, and only have a code name to represent your existence. The whole world, or the whole universe, will not have your past. There is only your future, and the future of the Man in Black is beyond the timeline, or it can be said that you have disappeared from the timeline. Definitely, we are still very human, and there will be people who will remember you, but all records related to you will disappear. Didn't you read the handbook you just joined? Chin Yun asked back. The entry manual of the Man in Black is very clear, but it is very thick and reasonable. Chin Yun doesn't think that Ancient One will read it. Sure enough, Ji Yuyi did not watch it either. Even Ancient One was quite shocked when he heard this explanation. Completely erase a person's existence record from the past timeline. This is forbidden magic. Do you use it for daily use? Ancient One frowned. This kind of magic to erase some things, she has also seen in the ancient magic book of the gods. This kind of magic is a very dangerous taboo magic. Once something goes wrong, it will cause chaos in the whole world. However, this magic has great limitations and can only be used in a small area, at most the size of a planet. But the method of the Man in Black is even more outrageous. It is even possible that even the records of civilizations known among the civilized races in the universe will disappear. No, this is not magic, but a rule. Chin Yun shook his head. A rule is a realization of law. A part of our rule is the original law that overrides the law of creation and is written in the original law pool. For this point, Chin Yun also felt very powerful. The Men in Black organization given to him by the system is far more powerful than imagined. For example, the simple matter of entering a job involves the highest level of original law. For example, like Time Gem, in this universe, Time Gem can control time and have the authority of time. But it doesn't work in other universes, and it will be invalid instantly if you leave here. It's like opening a door with a key. But a certain rule of the Man in Black is an original rule of a higher level. It is applicable in all universes, whether it is the original universe or the God-created universe. It's like holding a master key in your hand. 1. Antiquity. At this moment, Ancient One didn't know if his decision to join the Men in Black was wrong or right. Just simply get a job and get rid of your past. Wait, the past is gone. Suddenly, Ancient One's eyes lighted up. Subconsciously running the power in my body. Afterwards, a joy that I haven't had in many years bursts from my heart. Gone. The connection is gone. As a lone magician, many of Ancient One's powers were borrowed, or even robbed. Although he was forcibly retained by himself, he will still have a faint connection with the original owner. This is also the receipt for future debt collection. However, now, Ancient One discovered that that connection was broken. It was completely broken. Whether it's Dormammu, or even Wyshandi, even the little time power left in his body for eternity, the relationship with the original owner is severed. Hiss, Ancient One gasped involuntarily. We don't need to repay our online loan. The Man in Black can forcibly cut off the connection with the source of power. Even she couldn't do this, otherwise she wouldn't have planned for so long to retire. After all, I borrowed too much, and it would be terrible to pay back. This is too outrageous. It's like Ancient One rented a house to live in. One day, Chin Yun suddenly gave her a house book and said that the rent would not be paid, and the house would be yours from now on. This feeling, to be honest, it's so cool. As if some cloud that had weighed on my heart for many years was dispelled. Ancient One has never felt so relaxed. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? Qin Yun laughed. That's why he wanted Ancient One to join the Men in Black. Only after joining the job and disconnecting from the past with those bigwigs, can Qin Yun feel at ease. Now, I am suddenly more curious about the outside world you mentioned. The simple entry has completely shocked Ancient One to the Men in Black organization. If he could really go to the world outside the wall, perhaps Ancient One would have an unparalleled recognition for the Man in Black. Qin Yun is already looking forward to a hardworking bald magician. Definitely no problem. Tomorrow morning, we're negotiating with an alien civilization that's invading other human worlds, in another human world. Maybe you'd like to come along. Qin Yun's little thoughts started to spin again. It is definitely a labor-intensive task to interview a Trisolaran. After all, the intelligence of a Trisolaran will only be higher than that of a human being. If you want to let Ancient One travel through, you can take her to the moon base right now. But Qin Yun thinks that it must be at least a little difficult for Ancient One to experience the work of the Man in Black for the first time. This interview is a good choice. Definitely willing. Ancient One readily agrees. Okay, Agent G, we will officially start working tomorrow. Then, shall I go back and deal with the family affairs first? Ancient One said. Definitely no problem. Erasing the past is just to solve some troubles, not to complicate things, not to increase troubles, so, see you tomorrow. Okay, I'll be there on time. After the two agreed, a portal suddenly appeared behind Ancient One. Behind the door, there seems to be a somewhat Chinese-style room. As Ancient One enters the portal, it disappears. After holding back for a long time, Wanda asked, "Who is she? I can feel powerful from her." Although Ancient One was greeted with a smile all the way, the sense of oppression brought by her power is still very strong for Wanda, who has a strong perception of power. Both of them are magic systems, and Wanda can clearly feel the difference between Ancient One. She, Sorcerer Supreme, one of the Guardians of the Earth. Sorcerer Supreme. Just hearing the name makes me feel amazing. There has always been a group of magicians on the Earth. They guard the world in the dark, from the influence of those mysterious sides. Actually there are quite a lot of things to do. If it weren't for the existence of magician, the Earth would have been full of demons and ghosts. Wanda nodded, half understanding. Isn't that the same as us? It's not the same. What they are facing is the peeping of the Earth from the mysterious latitude, just to protect the Earth here, and what we are going to face is the people from the heavens and the myriads of heavens. More powerful threats to the world, and the prosperity of a community with a shared future for mankind. Besides, isn't she also my person now? Qin Yun smiled slightly. Ancient One. With such a person to work, my pressure is much lighter. Understood. Okay, we have big things to do tomorrow morning, we're going to bed early today. Wanda nodded subconsciously, but then found something was wrong. I checked the time, it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 0. So early. Early to bed and early to rise. Go to bed with me. What? Wanda froze. Only then did I remember that I seemed to have promised to be Qin Yun's pillow. What does Qin Yun mean? This afternoon, is it about to start? At this moment, Wanda only felt that the blood temperature in his body began to rise rapidly. Breathing became rapid. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Pushing away the people in the office, Qin Yun saw that Wanda was still in a daze, and hurriedly greeted her. Going to another world tomorrow, Qin Yun still feels a little insecure. The best way to get back this sense of security is to become stronger. At this stage, the main system of the Men in Black has nothing to do, and the matter of the pioneers will not be settled for a while. You can only use the infinite evolution system to analyze Wanda's origin magic power first. Qin Yun set a small goal for himself. Today, at least resolve 0.5%. Plus the previous 0.3%. Nearly 1% of the origin magic power, at least it can deal with some unexpected emergencies. In the bedroom, Qin Yun had already changed his clothes and lay flat on the bed. After about 20 minutes, Wanda, who also changed into her pajamas, knocked on the door quietly. Standing on the edge of the bed with hands behind his back, his eyes kept looking around. To be honest, she suddenly found herself a little nervous. Come. Qin Yun saw Wanda standing there for a long time without moving. He reached out and patted the place next to him. In an instant, Kai blushed up to his neck. I wanted to say something, but couldn't form a word at all. looking at Qin Yun with a somewhat urgent look. Wanda still gritted her teeth, threw the slippers aside, and lay obediently on the bed. However, there is a distance between Qin Yun and Qin Yun, with his back facing Qin Yun and not daring to move. Seeing this, Qin Yun was unwilling. You agreed to use it as a pillow for me. How to analyze it from such a distance? Thinking of this, Qin Yun turned around, stretched out his hand, and pulled Wanda into his arms. Wanda only felt a huge force pulling herself directly to the middle of the bed. Wanda was taken aback, only feeling a feeling that she had never felt before, and she was extremely nervous. What is he going to do? Will he do that to me? If I do, should I refuse? But if I refuse, will Qin Yun be unhappy? But that's it, isn't it a bit too fast? Wanda felt as if her brain was equipped with a motor, and countless thoughts kept spinning, and she was almost dizzy. I just felt like I was living in a dream. They even started to have some reactions, and the air in the room became humid. Hazel, shish, don't talk. However, Qin Yun interrupted what Wanda was about to say. Because, the analysis of the system has already begun. During the analysis yesterday, Qin Yun had already fallen asleep. But this time is different. Qin Yun discovered that when analyzing, he can actually watch the process simultaneously. For Qin, this is a one-to-one teaching of origin magic power. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge of power, unable to extricate himself from work. Time passed slowly. The tense atmosphere lasted for a long time. Wanda kept a stiff posture and didn't dare to move. At this time, for a girl like her who has never even experienced love, it is really too exciting. However, it is different from what she expected Qin Yun to do to herself. After a long time, Qin Yun actually didn't do anything. He just hugged himself, and then he was like a sculpture. There is nothing but the breath hitting the ends of my hair in my ears. Several hours passed, and the two of them maintained this posture. Wanda was confused even waiting. All the original apprehensions turned into, how could he do nothing? This is completely different from what I thought. Is he really tired? Fell asleep. Wanda couldn't hold back any longer, suppressed her embarrassment, and secretly turned her head to look at Qin Yun. However, when she turned her head, she found that Qin Yun was staring at her with wide eyes. The eyes of the two intersected in the air, and the sky turned around again in fright. What's the matter? The analysis of origin magic power made Qin Yun very excited, but she still felt Wanda's movement and asked subconsciously. You haven't slept yet? Wanda asked quietly. It's brewing, ... She didn't sleep, still hugged me, and didn't do other things. What do you mean, can't you? Wanda's mood became particularly complicated, even a little unhappy. In addition to maintaining a posture for a long time, Wanda only felt a little sore, and twisted her body a few times. Originally, the two were lying sideways, but Qin Yun's shoulders rested on Wanda's waist. In order to keep Wanda from moving, Qin Yun reached out and hugged her tightly. 777. At this moment, Qin Yun is still immersed in the world of analyzing origin magic power. Wanda's mind went blank. However, some expected things still didn't happen. Time just passed by in a strange atmosphere. In the morning, when Wanda woke up with dark circles under her eyes, Qin Yun had just fallen asleep. Last night, after nearly a dozen hours of analyzing the origin magic power, even Qin Yun couldn't bear it. Sitting up slowly, looking at the sleeping Qin Yun's profile, Wanda's expression was very strange. Last night, she was actually just a pillow for the whole night. Qin Yun didn't intend to continue at all. I'm not attractive enough. Wanda couldn't understand what was going on. She has always thought that she looks pretty good, and she is very proud of her figure. But why doesn't Qin Yun have the slightest idea of doing bad things? You know, when I went to change my pajamas yesterday, I even found time to take a quick shower. What a disappointment. When Qin Yun woke up, Wanda was gone. I looked at the time, it was getting late, and it was going to be close to noon. I'm going, it's so late. Qin Yun hurriedly got up to wash up, and glanced at the system records during the process. Origin magic power resolution, 0.9%, 20.9. This surprised Qin Yun very much. Calculated according to the time, excluding the previous 0.3, this night should be only 0.5 at most. 0.1 higher than expected. Because the contact surface with the parsed is large, the parsing speed is faster. The systematic explanation also made Qin Yun suddenly realize. In other words, the hug is tighter this time. Is the resolution speed also related to the contact method? Doesn't that mean that if it is a negative distance contact, if you put it in and don't take it out overnight, wouldn't the progress explode? No, I'm a decent person, this kind of thing can't be done. Qin Yun quickly dispelled his bad thoughts. After washing up, when he came to the first floor of the underground base, there were already many people waiting. Quicksilver was feasting on a boxed lunch, which looked delicious. I didn't realize that my sister was, under the rule, by the boss last night. Wanda was crossing her legs and resting her head on her hands. She didn't know what to think, and looked a little sleepy from time to time. But Ancient One was much calmer, sitting on the sofa and drinking tea leisurely. Surprisingly, Natasha Romanoff was there. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff also looked at everything around her strangely. Especially Wanda and Quicksilver. She has been able to confirm that everything that happened yesterday is true, not because she remembered it wrong, but because everyone has forgotten it. The man in black really wiped out the memory of the entire world. Is it all here? Seeing Qin Yun's arrival, Ancient One put down the teacup in his hand. It seems that our chief didn't have a good rest last night. Oh, I'm sorry, I got up late, I was really busy last night. Qin Yun laughed. Last night, he really intensively analyzed the origin magic power for more than 10 hours. Up to now, his mind is full of the principles and methods of using various magics. It is true that there is no rest. Hearing this, Wanda at the side secretly rolled her eyes. Come on, you're still busy. You just lay there all night and all afternoon while hugging me, didn't do anything. You're so busy. Boss, Zhang Beihai's place has already prepared it, and they even said they have prepared a gift for you. 404, who has been communicating with Trisolaris, said. Okay, what are you waiting for? Let's go. After all, he is the boss of such a big base, and he should be responsible for solving the things that should be solved. It's just that this time there are Wanda and Ancient One, and he himself is no longer a rookie who is powerless. He didn't feel as insecure about the three-body trip as before. When everyone came near the dimensional gate, Ancient One was attracted by just one glance. Is this the portal that can break through the fourth wall? Yes, there is only one door in the base now, and more will be opened in the future. In the future, we may have to find a special planet and place countless dimensional gates here, where hundreds of millions of people come and go every day. For future planning, Qin Yun is still very ambitious. The man in black will definitely develop and grow in the end. With the man in black as the medium, all the heavens and myriad worlds will be connected in his hands, and they can communicate with each other. In the endless world, in the future, perhaps the entire planet will be filled with dimensional gates, like a train station, where countless people come and go. That picture is exciting just thinking about it. Just when a few people were about to enter the dimension gate. Three-body world. The coalition government has been looking forward to Qin Yun's arrival for a long time. Are you ready for the welcome ceremony? The man in black said that he likes to keep a low profile, and everyone knows that he doesn't like to do it, so we didn't prepare such a thing as a welcome ceremony. Okay, but, after all, the person in charge of the man in black came in person, so it should be a bit of a prestige, right? Don't worry, the coalition government has approved the gift for him a few days ago. I think this gift should be very famous. Well then, I think he'll love the present. This is our thigh, we have to hug it. The future of the Earth depends on this interview. Clear. At the same time, the leader of the Trisolarans was in the conference room. Regarding Qin Yun's upcoming event, their emotions are even more complicated. The coalition government has prepared a gift for the leader of the men in black. Do we want to prepare one too? Trisolarans have also known about human culture for a long time. It was the first time to meet and give gifts to each other, which seems to be a form of human diplomacy. Gifts. They are all human beings, and it's normal to give gifts to each other, but in their eyes, we are not the same kind. What's the point of giving gifts? But after all, this time we need peace talks, not war. Perhaps this can express our goodwill. Goodwill is a hammer. I said we are kind and people believe it. In any case, the Trisolarans can only be regarded as intruders even until now. Moreover, since the man in black showed his strength, he has even become a weak invader. The war, the moment the trigger is pulled, is already lost. Now pretending to be a good person, no one will believe it. Then forget it. In fact, Trisolarans are now in a very disturbed state. According to their limited understanding of the Men in Black, the Men in Black organization is a very powerful force. After all, as soon as people open their mouths, they are asked to apologize and compensate. What if they want to kill their whole family? The bold words before J. Maybe their boss is not a good person to get along with. I don't know what the outcome of the discussion will be. At a time when the forces of all parties are preparing for each other and each is anxious. Qin Yun also came to the three-body problem. Just passing through the dimensional gate, Ancient One was the first to notice something was wrong. How is it, Agent G, how much was suppressed? At least 70%. Because the laws of the two worlds are different, the strength of Ancient One has been suppressed in almost all directions in the three-body universe. Ancient One could feel that most of his power seemed to be deactivated. Now she can only maintain 30% of her original strength. That's normal. This is the original universe, and ours is the universe created by God. There is another way to say that the original universe is the natural universe. This shows that the high-sequence universe law gap between the two universes exceeds 70%. Law, that is, the law of the universe, is actually divided into two types. One is the original law, and the other is the universal law. The original law is a unified law that can be shared in all universes. For example, this world must have matter, time and space, and other basic laws. The entry procedures for the Men in Black are written in the original law, so they are so powerful. The law of the universe is the surprise between each universe. It can only affect the current universe. For example, in some universes, the timeline can be seen and shuttled, while others cannot. A natural universe like Three-Body has a 30% coincidence with a divinely created universe like Marvel, which is already very high. Some two-dimensional universes are even only 1%. Even Qin Yun can feel that his origin magic power, which has just increased a lot, has been beaten back to its original form. While the two were communicating, a high-pitched voice shouted excitedly, "Boss! You are finally here." He strode up to Qin Yun, who turned out to be Agent J. "Jay, I haven't seen you for a few days, how do you feel that you have gained a lot of weight?" The original figure looked a little thin, but now I feel that there is even flesh on his face. It's only been a few days. 2 or 3 days. Isn't that an exaggeration? Old, don't you know, Chinese food is really delicious. You can see it. Qin Yun felt helpless. Let Jay act as a contact here. Boy, does he have dinner here every day. You know, this is Mars, and even a grain of rice here is a huge amount of expense for the current scientific and technological coalition government. Is this wrapping up all the delicious food in their Mars base? We and the Man in Black are compatriots. Detective J is willing to be our guest. Definitely please treat us well. Zhang Beihai took cover from the side, and there were already a bunch of people standing around him, who seemed to be members of the coalition government who had come to participate in the talks. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Before I join the Men in Black, on behalf of the coalition government, thank you for coming. Qin Yun also stretched out his hand to save face. This is what I should do. Just when the two parties were meeting to proceed to the next step, Ancient One suddenly frowned. What? After saying this, Ancient One clasped his hands in an instant. In the air, it seemed that something invisible was being pulled. Afterwards, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a piece of circuit diagram loomed in the void, and then began to fold and collapse. In the end, it turned into a small dot shining brightly. This scene made everyone unable to react. What is she doing here? Wait, look at the picture in the air just now. Does it look like a circuit diagram? This is Tomoko. Trisolaran handed over Sophon's manufacturing technology as compensation. Most of the people present have seen Sophon's technical illustrated book. The Sophon is the product of the proton after the two-dimensional stretching and drawing of the circuit diagram. It can be regarded as a special supercomputer. And now, what happened? Ancient One dragged Sophon out of the two-dimensional space with his bare hands in full view of everyone, close double-angle bracket. What kind of operation is this, JB? Everyone was dumbfounded. You must know that even now, even if the coalition government obtains Sophon's related technology, it is impossible to create it. Even with the most advanced scientific instruments, it is impossible to even observe the formed Sophons. After all, Tomoko is too delicate. But Ancient One pulled out a two-dimensional Sophon with bare hands. Is this something that humans can do in 4.3? Sophon. What is Sophon? Ancient One just looked at the light spot in his hand. She, who used to be the Sorcerer Supreme, can be said to be the person who knows the latitude best on the earth, not one of them. Just now she could clearly feel that someone was spying on her at a certain latitude. To be reasonable, hiding in the latitude to spy on others, in the latitude world, it can almost be said to be a positive provocation. Now she just pulled Sophon out of the two-dimensionalization, which is considered to be reserved. Otherwise, Sophon would have been GG long ago. Human, this is just a misunderstanding. While several people were still in shock, Tomoko suddenly spoke out. Cough cough. Qin Yun pretended to cough, but didn't answer. According to the Trisolarans, the Sophons in the solar system have all been withdrawn. Only this one remained. It is said that it is a communication tool for contacting them. Trisolaran had handed over Sophon's technology before, and withdrew all Sophons, leaving only one. In fact, this attitude is already very good. But Qin Yun felt that the Trisolarans might not be so kind. What is Sophon's manufacturing process? It involves latitude technology. For the current coalition government, this kind of technology can almost be said to be a Bible, that is, some basic scientific aspects in it are currently available. Moreover, making a Sophon requires an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy. To put it simply, Sophon technology, civilizations with low-end technological levels cannot afford to be built, and high-end ones are looked down upon. It seems that they have paid a lot, but in fact it is not painful. If the man in black doesn't do something, then for the Trisolarans, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, Ancient One suddenly caught Sophon, although Qin Yun was a little surprised. But it felt wrong. Perhaps, this is the way to start a proper interview. Things were indeed as Qin Yun guessed. Seeing this kind of operation by Ancient One, the Trisolarans far away from the Trisolaran star were completely dumbfounded. That person, that bald head ripped Sophon out of the two-dimensional space with his bare hands, do you believe me? I believe, I have seen it too. If we didn't believe in ghosts and gods, I would have thought it was a ghost. Ghosts are a way of saying in human civilization. I think a more appropriate description should be, I have seen electrons that are bigger than atomic nuclei. That's surreal indeed. Why would they do that? It looks like she means that the bald head doesn't know about Tomoko's existence, he only catches Tomoko out because he feels being watched. Humans are the most liar race. If she says she doesn't know, you will believe her. But some people expressed a different view. The existence of Sophon is almost public, and they just handed over Sophon's full set of technology as compensation a few days ago. Now that the peace talks are about to start, you tell me you don't know Tomoko. Isn't that bullshit? So if she knew about Sophon's existence, why would she do this? Isn't she going to talk about it? I don't think so. There is a saying among human beings called shamaway, which means that before making certain conversations, one should show one's means to deter others. So we're now deterred. What do you think? Can you understand how she did it? The Trisolaran analyzed it for a long time, but finally came to only one conclusion. All of this is the warning given to them by the men in black. Deter them in a way they can't understand at all. The truth is, they were indeed intimidated. You know, they have also scanned that woman, she is definitely not a robot. It's just such a flesh and blood, ordinary black-clothed man with a bald head who can't even see any equipment on his body. You can go deep into the two-dimensional state with your bare hands and pull the Sophon out. This is a technology that even Trisolaran O2 can't imagine. When they create Sophons, they just use huge amounts of energy to forcibly tear protons into two dimensions. Then follow their wishes. The three-body people are also very helpless. They found that even if they guessed part of the other party's thoughts, they can only do things according to the meaning of the man in black. Turned into a meek little pitiful. Therefore, after Sophon was caught out of the two-dimensional state, he quickly said, "Human, this is just a misunderstanding. We didn't do anything, Sophon is just waiting for your arrival." Looking at the expressions of the people around, Ancient One seemed to know that he had made an own mistake. But as an elderly person, a thick skin is her basic quality. She pretended to be nonchalant and let go of the power that bound Sophon. The moment he broke free from the shackles, Sophon quickly transformed himself into a two-dimensional form again. However, this time, the scope of its perception began to shrink infinitely, until a girl appeared in the air. This is a common projection for Sophons. It consciously restricted its observation range to the projected eyes, as if an ordinary person was looking at others. Peeping into the three-dimensional world in the latitude space is an act of declaring war in our place. Ancient One also explained it very intimately. Sorry, we don't know the rules on your side. Quote. Sophon bent down, appearing to be very sincere in admitting his mistakes. Trisolaran felt a burst of mother-in-law criticism in his heart. Where are your rules? I don't know what a fart. Ever since Trisolarans mastered the two-dimensional technology, they always use it whenever they want. When did they suffer this kind of grievance? On the side of the coalition government, they heard the important information in Ancient One's words. A person who looked like a leader asked in surprise, is two-dimensionalization common in other worlds? Latitude technology is still an unattainable super-black technology for the current Earth. But according to what Ancient One said, two-dimensional peeping is equivalent to declaring war, which is more like a customary rule. Being able to form this kind of rule at least means that there are a lot of people using this technology. Ancient One glanced at Qin Yun, and Qin Yun said that it doesn't matter if you say whatever you want. After getting approval, Ancient One paused and explained. In our world, in addition to the main universe, there are many latitude worlds, from two-dimensional to almost endless latitudes. Most of the beings living in the latitude world have a strong desire for the main world, so preventing the latitude world from eroding the main world is also my job. Endless latitude. Is there life in the latitude space? Such a world view, even the Trisolarans would be shocked after hearing it. You must know that they have been involved in latitude technology for so many years, and it is not that they have not conducted research on higher latitudes but have never seen any life forms in latitudes. For the coalition government, the amount of information is even more difficult to digest. Because what the coalition government now knows about latitude is some kind of superstring theory for scientists. And so far it has only been calculated to 10 latitudes. As for the argument of infinity, it is reasonable that this is beyond the imagination of existing technology. Ha ha ha, let me introduce to you, this is Agent G of our Men in Black. Before becoming an agent, she was a sorcerer supreme, guarding a side of the Earth. There are 800 high-latitude creatures who have been killed in her hands. Just relying on her name alone, she has deterred countless latitude worlds from invading the Earth, and brought peace to one world for hundreds of years. At this time, Qin Yun felt that it was necessary to introduce the new employee whom he managed to cheat. Ancient One's personality is not low, and he has a lot of face when he blows it out. Supreme, magician. Is it the one we understand, magician? For a moment, everyone looked at Ancient One in surprise. Even Natasha Romanoff is a little confused. Magician, protecting the Earth for hundreds of years. Where did this person come from? She has never heard of it in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff found that since she came to the Men in Black, her agent career for so many years, as well as her experience in S.H.I.E.L.D., seemed to have begun to fall behind. It does not matter. Ancient One shook her head. She is not a person who likes to express herself. Qin Yun saw his thoughts, stood up and said, "Okay, you will know a lot of things later." Now, Qin Yun elongated his tone and set his sights on the woman floating in the air. Tomoko looked at it and said quickly, "Three Body World has been preparing for this meeting for a long time, we can start talking anytime. I will fully represent the three bodies and convey the wishes of the leaders." The three-body world does not have a parliamentary system, but a leader system. As the leader, the high-level Trisolarans control almost everything in the civilization, including the lives of other Trisolarans. The pyramids of their society are far sharper than those of humans. Then we have prepared the venue. As he spoke, Zhang Beihai led the way and led everyone to a large meeting room. The room looked hastily furnished, with some connectors for original equipment on the walls and such. It seems that this place should have been a warehouse or an equipment room before. After all, the Mars base is very expensive, and there is no place specially designed to face this kind of scene before I think about it. But it seems that they also put their heart into it. A red banner with huge amounts of words read in Chinese, warmly welcome the people in black. As for the Trisolaran, not even mentioning it. Everyone is seated. Zhang Beihai took the initiative to say, Director Qin, before we start, I will represent the coalition government and send a gift to the man in black. Oh, and presents. Qin Yun laughed and didn't care. What good things can the coalition government come up with? At most, it is something with a sense of ritual. Now Qin Yun's vision is very high. His elementary level smart factory can make things that can be made by modern technology, and he can make things that can't be made by modern technology. Our gift is here. As he spoke, Zhang Beihai pointed to the ground. Good guys, are you planning to give me this base? What Qin Yun didn't expect was that the coalition government's move was quite generous. After all, this base on Mars, with their existing technology, would have to spend a lot of money to build it to this scale. It can only be said that this gift is the best that the coalition government can offer now. However, Zhang Beihai shook his head. It's not a Mars base. It's all under our feet, the whole Mars, including the Mars base. As soon as these words came out, even Qin Yun was subconsciously stunned. Wait, what do you mean? This is to give the whole Mars to yourself? After discussion, the coalition government passed this decision unanimously. We have written the fact that Mars belongs to Director Qin in the Constitution. From now on, this planet will be recognized by all of us, and it only belongs to you. Give Mars to Qin Yun as a personal gift, only for him. Is it written in the Constitution? Qin Yun only thinks that the idea of the coalition government is simply too far ahead. You guys are really willing. Qin Yun smiled. As the planet closest to Earth in the solar system and most suitable for colonization, Mars is a human civilization that is about to enter the starry sky. Undoubtedly very important. Such a move by the coalition government is full of sincerity. Perhaps they probably guessed that there are basically no gifts that can impress Qin Yun. Then just get a big one. The Earth can't send it, let's send it to Mars. Send you a planet as a gift. Is this gift enough? From the perspective of the coalition government, even if the man in black may have a high level of technology, he would not look down on a planet that can be directly used after a modification, right? However, Qin Yun thought of something else. To be honest, this gift of yours really surprised me. However, the calculations here are quite shrewd. Qin Yun looked at Zhang Beihai with a half smile. The action of the coalition government is actually very easy to understand. I gave you a planet, you have to use it, right? You have to build it. What a waste to leave it alone. Once the men in black invest in Mars, it is equivalent to having their own industry in this world, and it is not easy for them to throw away things. Before, although the diplomacy between the coalition government and the men in black seemed harmonious. But the two sides don't really have any fetters. If something big is about to happen, the man in black will leave as soon as he says he wants to. If he can't beat the gate of the dimension, the coalition government can't do anything about it. But if Qin Yun accepts Mars, after that, it was different. The relationship between the man in black and this world will become even closer. It can only be said that the people in the coalition government are really not just for nothing. It seems that he has suffered a lot and gave him a big gift. But everything is for the purpose of hugging his thigh. Director Qin, in fact, the coalition government also. As soon as he talked about the abacus, Zhang Beihai knew that Qin Yun had seen the coalition government's calculations, and wanted to explain a little embarrassedly but was interrupted by Qin Yun. Actually, you don't have to think about it so much. I'm already here. People in black won't let go of this world. Maintaining the common prosperity of mankind's destiny is the responsibility of us people in black, and it is also my job. Even if we do not belong to the same world, we are all human beings. Adertisement. Qin Yun said very seriously. Helping the coalition government to completely solve the three-body crisis is what Qin Yun has decided must do. If it was before, he might really have thought of running away, but now, the power in his hands has allowed him to face the three-body problem head-on. Not to mention anything else, just closing the door and placing Ancient One is enough for them to eat a pot. Is Sophon enough black technology? Didn't he be captured by the Ancient from two-dimensional to three-dimensional state? The water drop is very powerful. Learn about the mirror space. How can you hit the strong material even if you can't touch it? Add a small pistol with a big killer. Qin Yun thinks that Trisolarans are no longer a problem. Most importantly, Qin Yun is bound to win the reward for solving the three-body crisis. Things that can be resurrected, even if you work hard, you have to get it. After all, if you fight for one life, you can get countless lives, so it's not too cost-effective. We understand. Zhang Beihai nodded. That's good. As for Mars, there's no need for it. Qin Yun is not so enthusiastic about Mars. How much will it cost to build it? With the current scale of the organization, there is no need to set up such a large place as a branch base. In the future, when needed, there will be better planets, such as, build an artificial planet by yourself. Compared with natural planets, the Men in Black organization is more suitable for the development of artificial planets. That would be such a shame. Seeing that Qin Yun was not prepared to accept the gift carefully prepared by the coalition government, Zhang Beihai was a little disappointed. The Trisolaran looked overjoyed. He didn't want Mars. This is a planet that can be colonized with just a few modifications. Water, all kinds of resources are available. Why not? Trisolarans want to yell that you don't want me. But Qin Yun refused. There are only two possibilities. The first is that the Men in Black don't actually want to stay here permanently, they don't want to invest resources in building a planet. It's unlikely. After all, the few shots they fired at us didn't know how many Martians they could transform. That's true. Then there is only the second possibility, that is, for them, a planet is not important, and it doesn't matter. Having said this, the Trisolarans were silent. Suddenly there is a feeling that Qin Yun is in Versailles. In order to find a planet suitable for immigration, they worked hard, and even got into trouble with the Man in Black, making the destruction of their home planet fall into a countdown. The other party didn't care. What you cherish is just what others don't want and throw away. This feeling is really bad. When the Trisolarans were collectively silent. Mars base, Qin Yun also expressed his thoughts. Although I don't want Mars, we will still treat this world as an important place. After this meeting is over, I will send someone to live permanently in this world. Hearing this, Zhang Beihai's eyes lit up. That would be great. Even if there is no three-body crisis, the people in black can still pay attention to this side and maintain diplomatic contact. This is a very important thing. After all, human beings have also seen the darkness of the universe, and finally have a thigh. How can they give up? Next, it's another matter. Three-body people, do you have anything to say about what you did? Qin Yun brought the matter to the point with almost no hesitation. The Trisolarans didn't seem to expect that Qin Yun would directly question them forcefully. We have already apologized for our previous actions and paid compensation. Reasonably speaking, Trisolarans blocked the Earth's technology before, and looked like they were going to invade. In this matter, the Earth has not suffered. With Sophon technology alone, even if the Earth is blocked for 100 years, it may not be able to develop to this level. Isn't your previous compensation due to the reason you declared war? Sorry, that was a mistake of our decision makers. The Trisolarans once made a strong and high-profile declaration of war after coming into contact with the Man in Black for the first time. This led to what happened next. Qin Yun didn't think that just a copy of Sophon's technology could counteract this behavior. So, you want me to talk all the way across the universe, isn't it, just to say sorry? Qin Yun felt that he had a certain chance of winning, and he had completely let go of himself. We want the Men in Black to withdraw their attacks on our home planet, for which we are willing to pay other prices. Quote, the reason why the Trisolarans have been desperately wanting to communicate with Qin Yun, and accepting it, seems to have a good temper. All for one reason. The clock of death has begun to count down. The small pistol attack is already on its way. The ultimate goal of the Trisolarans is to prevent the mother planet from perishing. Ancient One saw that the topic changed so quickly. Everyone was friendly at first, but Qin Yun suddenly became strict, and he was also a little curious, secretly asked the detective next to him. What happened? Before the boss asked me to take a gun and shoot a few rounds at their parent star, the bullets were already on the way. According to what they said, their galaxy would be wiped out in 4 years. That's why they were so anxious. Quote, everyone knows the so-called Sima Zhao's heart, and everyone knows the current situation of the Trisolarans. Destroy a galaxy with a pistol. Ancient One also looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Are the weapons of the man in black so perverted? Even in star civilization, she has only heard of things that can cause damage to a galaxy. But those are great weapons, artifacts and the like. Didn't expect the men in black to have such a weapon. Originally, Ancient One thought that this meeting was a negotiation between two parties. Now it seems, it is Qin Yun who wants to find fault. No wonder it feels a bit weird to talk. Good guy, Ancient One finds the way the man in black behaves too appetizing. Because once she faced those Latitude beings who wanted to spy on the Earth, she also did the same. Withdrawing the attack, it's not impossible, but you have to know that destruction is far easier than salvation. The attack we sent out is probably worth a dozen material planets, or 3 or 4 life planets similar to the Earth. If you can pay this price, I will immediately take back the things as a reward for your apology. Quote, Qin Yun seemed to be very talkative, but he didn't give Trisolaran a chance at all. Withdrawing the attack, in fact, Qin Yun can't do it at all, but for the price he gave, Qin Yun believes that the Trisolarans can't do it either. Sure enough, when Trisolaran heard this condition, he almost fainted. A dozen material planets, or 3 or 4 living planets. To be honest, isn't this a few tricks? How barren is the Trisolaran galaxy? It is so barren that even those who have already involved Latitude technology can't survive. Forcibly gathering together a few material planets can be made, but the living planet. Reasonable, even if they are willing to call out the parent planet, Qin Yun is not necessary, right? If it is also a living planet, if the Earth is heaven, Trisolaran is not even considered hell, at most it is a magma pool. If they could have a planet similar to the Earth, they would have emigrated there long ago, so why would they come to the solar system? We can't do this kind of request. So Fan shook his head, saying that this was too outrageous. But, do you know how much energy we consumed in that half hour? How much resources did we consume to transform these energies into attacks? Are these resources enough to pay for these planets? So do you think I've said too much? As soon as these words came out, the Trisolaran fell silent for an instant. The attack method of the small pistol really makes one's scalp tingle. The terrifying energy of the blue giant star has been compressed to the thickness of a finger. What kind of technical means is required for this? It is difficult even for a Trisolaran to analyze it. The most important thing is that the attack was originally a pure flow of energy particles. According to this statement, maybe the price Qin Yun paid for attacking them was really worth that much. But, the price you mentioned, we can't afford it. How can this thing be said to exist? If human beings are okay, the solar system is still relatively rich, and we can make it together. How could it be possible to take out so many usable planets in the impoverished place of Trisolaran? What do you mean? Don't tell me, I spent so much money to hit you, and you don't pay a dime, and you are going to make me spend several times more to take back the attack. Qin Yun's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. It was as if no one had expected someone to be so empty-handed. The superb acting skills seemed to have suffered a great loss, and even the people in the coalition government nodded in agreement. In their view, an attack that can destroy galaxies must be expensive, and it is normal that it will cost more to recover it. Moreover, seeing where his thighs made things difficult for the Trisolarans, people in the coalition government felt an indescribable pleasure. This is so cool. Trisolarans had never encountered Qin Yun's communication method before, and they were at a loss for a while. Do you even feel that your request is too much? Then since you have nothing, there's nothing to talk about with this attitude. What else are we talking about? I packed up and went back. I'm very busy, and I have a lot of things to do. After saying that, Qin Yun got up, as if about to leave. I don't know why Wanda blushed subconsciously when she heard Qin Yun say that she was very busy. He said the same thing yesterday. He said he was busy but hugged himself all night. Sometimes, in war, the losing side has no say at all. Although the Trisolarans and the Man in Black have not engaged in any formal war contact, they have already lost. However, Qin Yun was so strong that the Trisolarans couldn't agree to the request. Wait, leader of the Men in Black, we still have something to say. Seeing that Qin Yun was about to leave, Trisolaran couldn't sit still. Tomoko quickly stopped him. Okay, tell me, what else is there? When Qin Yun said he was leaving, he was just pretending. He knew that it was impossible for a Trisolaran to wait to die like this. Although we are at a disadvantage in the confrontation with you, we have not completely failed. Please don't push us. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was not happy. What do you mean? Not convinced. How long will it take for your fleet to reach the Earth? How long will it be before your home planet will be destroyed? Don't you have any points in your mind? Or, do you think that the detectors and fleets relying on strong interaction materials can really wrestle with us? Qin Yun never expected that the attitude of the Trisolarans would become stronger. Without any hesitation, it revealed the technology with the greatest combat effectiveness in the hands of the Trisolarans. How do you know that? As soon as these words came out, Trisolaran was immediately dumbfounded. The strong interaction force material is the most powerful material in the hands of Trisolarans. They have many small detectors made of strong interaction materials, and several warships covered with strong interaction materials that broke their fortunes. This is indeed one of their trump cards. But they never disclosed this matter. It was said so directly and casually by Qin Yun. Don't overestimate yourself. You can use Sophons to monitor the Earth. Have you ever thought that there are other things monitoring you? Qin Yun snorted coldly, but it almost scared the Trisolaran to the point of peeing. What do you mean? Could it be that the Men in Black are also monitoring them by some means? At this moment, some Trisolarans even began to learn the swearing of Earthlings. For a while, everyone began to observe around. But, can't see anything. Everyone, are we really being monitored? Just think that we used to monitor every move of the people on Earth, and our every move is also under their monitoring. I don't know. But it could be true because of strong interaction materials technology, which we have never revealed to Earth before. The Men in Black really have a higher level of civilization. It's normal for us to be unaware of being monitored. For a while, the Trisolarans only felt numbness in the back, although they did not have a spine. But I can still feel some kind of coolness spreading to my brain. This feeling, they seemed to empathize with the former Earthlings. What they didn't know was that Qin Yun was not using any objects or techniques to observe the Trisolarans. Instead, utilize the fourth wall. The reason why breaking the fourth wall is so difficult is because the world outside the wall will make everyone fear. However, our ultimate trump card is not the strengthening interaction force technology. It's that. But, if the Men in Black are really monitoring everything about us, can that matter really threaten them? I don't know, but it's necessary to try. This is our last chance. It is good. After the leaders of the Trisolarans reached an agreement, Sophon also started talking. We don't want to continue fighting with you, we just want to say that if we die, we still have the means to die with you. Saving us is also saving human beings. After the words of the three-body man ended, the people in the coalition government instantly became nervous. There is also the same death. Could it be some kind of star-killing weapon? The coalition government does not doubt that the Trisolarans have this kind of technology. After all, according to the speculation of the coalition government, if human beings are a first-level civilization, Trisolaris has already reached the stage of a second-level civilization. Every level of civilization is an unimaginable existence of low-level civilizations. It is not impossible to destroy the galaxy. At this time, even if you interrupt, you must stop this result from happening. After all, they will die together, and the ones who will die together must be the human beings in this world, they are the ones. The Men in Black aren't here again, they walked through the door. The coalition government was in a hurry, and they all looked at Qin Yun, wanting to see how he would deal with it. I was praying in my heart, Big Brother wants to give strength. I still want to live a few more years. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's expression became strange. The means of killing each other. You don't mean the experiment you did before, do you? Trisolaran. You know this as well. At this moment, the Trisolarans have no doubt that the man in black is really monitoring them, and the means are far more sophisticated than Sophon. Because that experiment was done a long time ago. Thousands of years ago. At that time, human beings were still drinking blood, and the man in black was even more vulnerable. In other words, the men in black even monitored what happened in the past. This is too outrageous. It's not impossible. Our scientific theories have always had a guess that everything that happens in the universe is just the movement of particles. If the computing power is sufficient, you only need to calculate the trajectory and state of each particle, and you can calculate everything that happened in the past, and everything that will happen in the future. Is there such a thing as impossible? How much energy does it consume? How many particles are there in the universe? It's hard to imagine. If the man in black really had this kind of means, it would be terrifying. Maybe it's just our galaxy. It's not impossible. You must know that the energy consumed by their pistol bullets is all counted by fixed star. No wonder the Trisolarans thought the man in black more and more outrageous. In fact, the performance of the man in black from the very beginning was too rich and powerful. The magazines in the pistol are all blue giant stars. I have never seen such a luxurious one. Yes, it is indeed the experiment tens of thousands of years ago. Trisolaran did not deny it either. We have also had a certain stage, imagining that the universe is so big, why haven't we seen other civilizations? Our civilization even had a stage where it was the center of the universe. However, with the development of science and technology and the advancement of civilization, we have discovered that although the birth of life is harsh, it should not be a special phenomenon at the level of the universe but a common phenomenon. Phenomenon. Well done. The environment of the Trisolaran star is bad enough, right? Every once in a while, magma will wash the surface of the planet and destroy everything. Even so, life is still born in a long time. Life, the Trisolaran was born. Therefore, from the perspective of Trisolarans, the birth of life may really be a common phenomenon. But since it is a common phenomenon, why have we never seen traces of other civilizations? The universe is so cold and silent, as if there really is no other civilization except himself. There is only one answer: all civilizations may be hiding themselves from other civilizations to discover. To this end, they even conducted an experiment. The coordinates of a certain galaxy in the distance are transmitted through broadcasting. Soon, that unknown galaxy disappeared. That's right, it disappeared directly, as if there had never been anything there. It was like being completely wiped out by some powerful presence. In order to confirm that this is not an accidental phenomenon, we also carried out a second time. The result was no surprise. The new lucky one is also eliminated. This method is frightening. Finally, they came to a conclusion. When one civilization meets another, you can't be sure whether it is good or bad, so you can only prepare with the greatest malice and speculate. This universe is a dark jungle. Every civilization is a hunter in the jungle. You don't know whether it is the prey or the hunter. So, in order to protect yourself, you must try to hide as much as possible. Once you find other things exist, you can only shoot first, otherwise, facing unknown civilization and unknown technology, you may not even have a chance to shoot. The Trisolarans slowly revealed a tingling and spiritual reality of the universe. Is this why people cannot discover other civilizations? Ha ha ha, Qin Yun laughed out loud. So, your whole card is actually to broadcast the existence of the solar system to the universe. Then let the unknown higher civilization erase us and die together. Qin Yun has long known about the so-called Dark Jungle Law. In the original timeline, Luoji, one of the Earth's wallfacers, also discovered this law, and finally used the Dark Jungle Law to deter the Trisolarans, allowing humans to survive even though they were completely defeated in the frontal battlefield. However, what makes people want to laugh is that the law of the Dark Jungle was originally supposed to be a means for the people on Earth to deal with the Trisolarans, but now it has become the trump card for the Trisolarans to deal with them. But this is actually one of the reasons why Qin Yun has always been scruples about this world. After all, the civilizations of the three-body world are too bizarre. One by one hid themselves very deeply, and occasionally a guy who popped up might be the kind of guy who can restart the universe. What zeroers or something. Compared with most of the universe, the high-level civilizations in the Trisolaran world are all dogs, and none of them have fuel-efficient lamps. But if Trisolaran wants to use this thing to threaten himself, to be honest, he really thinks too much. Sitting on the dimensional gate, Qin Yun can leave at any time. Even if a civilization like the Return to Zero that can restart the universe is staring at him, he can't beat me or run away. Moreover, even if it is targeted, the time is very long. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, hundreds or thousands of years are just a meal. Even if Trisolaran broadcasts the matter, Qin Yun will have a lot of time to deal with it. At least, it is not impossible to take away everyone in this world. Qin Yun even felt that it was possible for him to develop the Man in Black to have the level of the Creator God and the original level of combat power before the enemy's attack came. So, if you just talk about it now, Qin Yun is right. After the negotiation, run directly through the Dimension Gate, and leave the rest to your subordinates. As long as others don't die, they won't lose. The Trisolarans were stunned when they saw Qin Yun's look of confidence and complete indifference. He isn't afraid. How is it possible? This is a blow from a higher civilization. The most terrifying thing in the world is the unknown. And the higher civilizations of the Trisolaran world are all unknown existences to the lower civilizations. In the eyes of the Trisolarans, no matter how strong the Men in Black organization is, there should be an upper limit. According to their methods, at most the third-level civilization is top-notch. And the unknown higher civilization may even be level 4, level 5, level 6. No one knows how many powerful hunters exist in this world. But Qin Yun, why are you not afraid? Not afraid that they really provoke a civilization that is far more powerful than the Men in Black? I understand. Suddenly, a Trisolaran leader said, they are not from this universe at all. Even if they meet someone they can't fight against, they can leave. We haven't perfected the theory related to other universes, but our scientists can also speculate that traveling through the universe is definitely not a simple technology, and it may even be a higher level, 8th level and 9th level civilization technology. They can also travel through the universe, so they don't care if there is a blow from a higher civilization in the universe. The Trisolarans feel that they are roughly close to the truth. Although I don't know why the technological level of the Man in Black is so strange. The attack method is to fly bricks vigorously, using powerful energy to forcibly attack such a method that seems to be no more than a third-level civilization, but he can have something supernormal like the Dimensional Gate. But the Trisolarans really have nothing to do with the Man in Black. Fighting, the Men in Black know their trump cards very well, even if they are materials with strong interaction force. They don't know anything about the Man in Black. I can't fight, but I can run. Where else can I go? The mother planet will be destroyed. The Trisolarans suddenly discovered that their situation had almost reached a desperate situation before they knew it. We accept unconditional surrender. Finally Tomoko spoke slowly. Said a very difficult decision. Unconditional surrender is the last decision a Trisolaran can make. This means that they have almost given up all resistance and rights. He can accept all the requests made by the other party, and put his own life and death in the hands of the Man in Black. At the level of war, this is almost a complete failure of one party's negotiations for the two warring parties. But the Trisolaran still said this sentence. Upon hearing this, the coalition government, the high-level officials who were watching the negotiation, the expert group, all stood up at the same time. Cheers! Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Oh, just a short sentence, but it made countless people cry. I can't believe this is what a Trisolaran can say. After all these years, we finally won. There is no doubt that when the conversation has reached this level, it means that the human side can completely declare victory. No one knows how much pressure they will feel when the Earth knows the existence of Trisolarans. This is related to the survival of the race and the continuation of human civilization on the big issue of right ACCJ and big wrong. During this period, countless people stepped forward, sacrificed, rebelled, and despaired. Moving forward numbly is a true portrayal of most people. In the war with the Trisolarans, there is almost no hope of winning. Under the pressure of this despair, they even fell into self-doubt. Can we really win? Can human beings really survive? Does everything I do now make sense? No one knows the answer. Maybe someone is full of firm determination to win. But the reality is that the technological gap is enough to eliminate the efforts of all ants. It's all in vain. However, now, when Hyenrian was born, and when Trisolaran said, "We accept unconditional surrender." Everyone's eye sockets turned red. Everything we do makes sense. Some people even started crying. They even want to tell the world loudly that they are not wasting their efforts, they are not struggling in vain, and everything they do is meaningful. For so many years, in order to deal with the Trisolarans, they have carried out many plans, the Wallfacers, the Space Force, and later the Mars base. After knowing the existence of the Men in Black, in order not to give up a glimmer of hope, they mobilized the power of the entire Earth and built this Mars base. We must know that traditional rockets are still being used in space on the Earth, and building such a space base consumes a huge amount of resources. On Earth, the matching of related industries involves tens of millions of people. Every year, countless GDP is invested in it. Every single person here spends millions or more every day. After all, Mars is still too far away, and they are almost forcibly using everyone's productivity to supply here. Just the meals for entertaining and eating, if you really want to calculate the cost, you don't know how many billions. After all, even if it is a shipment to Mars, it is an astronomical figure. However, the Man in Black really stood up and used a strong posture to make the subject bow his head and surrender at this moment. They know that everything they do is worth it. They, 1. Unconditional surrender. Qin Yun also sat down again. Is the attitude of the three-body people right? You guys are pretty smart, surrendering unconditionally. The leaders of the Trisolarans are indeed not easy to use. The meaning of this unconditional surrender is far more than the literal meaning. It is said to be unconditional, but if the other party surrenders, you can't just end the negotiation and finish the job, right? Trisolaran captures the heart of this talk. That is, they still have use value. That's right, the reason why they said unconditional surrender is also because of this. Qin Yun actually appeared here in person and held this meeting. It just shows that the Trisolaran is valuable to the Man in Black. Otherwise, Qin Yun can wait until 4 years later, until the home planet of the Trisolarans is completely destroyed. The Man in Black didn't have to do anything, and he didn't have to say anything. The civilization of the Trisolarans collapsed by itself. The destruction of a 3-star orbiting galaxy will involve all the planets in the entire fixed star system, and it is useless for them to move even at 0 hour. The so-called unconditional is based on the fact that we are only useful when we are alive. The Trisolarans knew that if the Men in Black really wanted to let them perish, there was no need to talk at all. Therefore, now that they have said unconditional surrender, they have also made clear their attitude. We don't want anything now, we can give up everything, as long as our civilization continues. This is also the underlying condition under the unconditional. Qin Yun knew that he was almost done, so he couldn't push the Trisolaran too hard. It is enough to reach this level, otherwise it would be a tricky thing for them to start cosmic broadcasting of the Earth's position. Since this is the case, then I will say a few things. First, from today onwards, the three-body civilization will be the loser, and can have autonomy and political power, but it needs to establish a parliament. All affairs and civilization development must be participated by human beings and occupy more than half of the right to speak. Quote, Qin Yun just said the first condition, which immediately caused an uproar. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Trisolarans originally did not have a parliamentary system. What Qin Yun means is to completely change the power ladder of the Trisolarans. Do humans have more than half of the right to speak in the Trisolaran Civilization Council? This is the feeling of completely turning the Trisolarans into a colony. This kind of condition, even in the previous wars of human civilization, has never been seen that anyone can agree to it. Isn't it equivalent to packing your own civilization directly and giving it to others? Can Trisolarans agree to such an outrageous request? We agree. However, Sofan answered much faster than expected. He agreed almost without any hesitation. This was within Qin Yun's expectation. Because no one understands the Trisolaran civilization better than him. This is a race that has experienced crises thousands of times more than humans. From the beginning of their evolutionary path, survival is something engraved in the deepest genes of all the main people. In order to survive, even their bodies have evolved the ability to be completely dehydrated, just to survive the high temperature of the planet. Therefore, Qin Yun very much believes that as long as the Trisolaran civilization can continue, this condition is only a small problem. Second, all the science and technology, documents, and materials of the three-body civilization must be packaged and handed over to us. There must be no omissions. We will share this information with the coalition government. Our promise. If the first point is to deal with the loser, then the second point is almost the fruit of the winner. Everyone in the coalition government is boiling, and they can't believe their ears. All the scientific data of Trisolaran civilization. And share it with the coalition government. This is his meow, it is a step up to the sky. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. No matter how humble the Trisolarans are now, in the eyes of the coalition government, the Trisolarans are still a powerful advanced civilization that is hard to beat. To have a high-level civilization and complete scientific data, is this of great significance to human beings? This isn't very good, we may not be suitable for such a gift. Zhang Beihai wanted to express some opinions on behalf of the coalition government. Although the scientific information on the Trisolarans moved their hearts, the coalition government also understood one thing. No merit but no reward. The Trisolarans were subdued by men in black. They didn't do anything, just accepted a big gift. Is it really appropriate? You know, for them, the previous Sophon technology is already a big mouth for them. If it didn't involve the issue of the Earth's technology being locked up, they wouldn't have mentioned it at that time. Don't worry, the coalition government definitely can't take this technology for nothing. Qin Yun smiled slightly. The third thing. Trisolarans want to abandon the Trisolaran galaxy and move the entire civilization to the solar system. The coalition government is responsible for finding a planet for the main civilization to reside. Saturn, Venus, even some moons, Titan or something. Hearing the third clause, both the Trisolarans and the coalition government were stunned. Find a place for Trisolarans to live. This is too simple. The solar system is so big, you can find any planet or satellite at will. Trisolaran's technology is far more advanced than humans, and planets like Earth and Mars may be more suitable, but if you just want to survive, you can stay anywhere. This is hardly a problem for the coalition government, is it? The Trisolarans did not expect that Qin Yun would propose such a condition, because such a condition is also a joy to them. The environment of the Trisolaran galaxy is too harsh, and there is no planet at all that allows them to continue to develop. It's not just about resources, but also about perihelion and aphelion. The three fixed stars are staggered far and near. Today it may be singing birds and flowers, but tomorrow it will be turned into lava, and the day after tomorrow the lava will be frozen and turned into an ice field. How can we survive and develop civilization in this kind of galaxy environment? The solar system is different, even if it is not Earth and Mars, their life is far more comfortable than when they were in the Trisolaran system. As the loser, Qin Yun is willing to let them come to the solar system. Is this too grand? We do. Sophon's answer this time was even more joyful. There is simply no hesitation. This is their dream solution. Hearing that the Trisolaran agreed, Qin Yun smiled. In fact, the first two conditions are just appetizers. The most important thing is the third one. Qin Yun is really so kind to find a home for Trisolaran. No, it's just to keep them all under my nose. Set up a parliament for them to take the right to speak and move over collectively. This is actually an above-board conspiracy. Everything about the Trisolarans will be brought under Qin Yun's control, and he will completely solve the crisis of the Trisolarans. Slowly, the Trisolaran civilization may be assimilated by humans and cannot pose a threat to humans. If it is other conditions, they may still struggle a bit, such as using the existing warships to go out as a wandering civilization. There may be other crises in the future. However, if there is really a place to stay, will they have this choice? Won't. For an environment that can survive and will not face instant extinction, for Trisolarans, it is extremely attractive. Even if they know that from now on, they will not be free and will become existences similar to vassal civilizations. They still won't give up. This is the obsession of the Trisolarans. It is also the reason why they must agree. Give me liberty or give me death. No, in the culture and thinking of Trisolarans, even if they become dogs or mushrooms, they are unwilling to die. Therefore, although the Trisolarans may have seen Qin Yun's malicious intentions, they would still choose to agree without hesitation. How can I be sure that the Trisolarans will not rebel? After all, the other party can agree to all conditions now. But it doesn't mean that you can believe it just by talking about it. Humans are a very liar race. Although Trisolarans can't lie, they can still push back what they promised before. For example, if the leader of the current wave of Trisolarans is dead, will the leaders of the next batch of Trisolarans have other ideas? All in all, people who are not of my race must have different hearts. However, since Qin Yun can raise this condition, there must be a solution already. Then since everyone has reached an agreement, let's sign the contract. As he said that, Qin Yun swiped his hand casually, and something similar to a pen, notebook appeared in his empty hand. The black cover looks very thick. On the cover of the notebook, only 2 words were written. Contract. The origin of this book makes Qin Yun very reluctant to mention it. This is still the mysterious gift that the system gave him when he made up the story in Stark Building. However, although the origin is a headache for Qin Yun, the thing is indeed a good thing. As the name suggests, this is a contract book. Moreover, it is still the kind of contract written in the original law. Once the terms are written on this contract, it will be recognized by the original law. No one can violate, and the end of violation is only one. Signing this contract means that everything we have agreed will take effect, and if we violate it, it will be completely erased. Erase. Everyone looked at the notebook in Qin Yun's hand and felt that it looked like an ordinary notebook. Erase. What do you mean? That is to say, those who violate the contract will be wiped out of their own existence. In the whole world, you will never exist. Anything you do, places you have been to, traces you left, etc., etc. In this world, you seem to have never been here, and no one or anything will remember you. All your matter, the quantum signal, never appeared. The power of the original law is far beyond everyone's imagination. This kind of erasure is different from that of the man in black when he joined the job. The original law engraved in the notebook is stronger, more vague, and more lethal. When the man in black entered the job, he just erased the fetters of the past, and there are records and the like. The notebook will erase everything, as if this person has never existed in this world. If the signing object is a civilization, once the Trisolarans violated the contract, the Trisolaran civilization would disappear completely, not even a single particle would remain. Hearing such outrageous things, even Ancient One couldn't sit still, and couldn't help asking, including the world outside the wall. Including all universes, inside and outside the wall, even if you escape to the 100th wall, it's the same. Hiss. For a moment, everyone gasped. The Trisolarans were also shocked. Is this a weapon of cause and effect? Or a weapon of law? It feels like it's all. They actually have this kind of thing. The strength of the man in black once again made the Trisolarans feel terrified. Isn't this something similar to the law of causality? According to the understanding of Trisolarans, if this kind of weapon is involved, it must be at least a 9th-level civilization, right? The man in black is simply terrifying. Had we known that you had this thing, we would have surrendered long ago. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Yun took a pen from nowhere, opened the notebook, and wrote down everything he said before. I, on behalf of the man in black, signed a contract with the 3-body civilization. The above is the content of the contract. Does the Japanese civilization recognize it? Qin Yun was holding a notebook, as if holding a Bible, and said very seriously. 3-body civilization, identified. Things have come to this point, even if the Trisolarans disagree. Sofan slowly conveyed the answers of the Trisolaran executives. With the voice of agreement came. Under a few lines of clauses, the words 3-body civilization gradually emerged. This means that the Book of Contract has fully described the agreement reached by the 2 parties. The original law sanctioned their contract. Moreover, this is a unilateral contract. What they have to do is to find a place for the Trisolarans to live in the solar system. Others are requirements for Trisolarans. Once the Trisolaran violated it, no one would remember the existence of the Trisolaran except the man in black, except those who appeared in the contract. They will also be completely obliterated by the original law. Almost at the moment the contract was completed. The system prompt also sounded. Congratulations to the host, complete the daily task, help the Earth solve the oneness crisis. Reward. A full set of quantum state life backup instruments. Full set of quantum state life backup instrument, including a quantum master brain used to record quantum data, quantum disintegration watch technology used to disintegrate oneself at a critical moment, turn it into a quantum state and send it to the reconstruction instrument, manufactured with elementary level machine can be manufactured, a quantum reconstruction instrument reconstruct the quantum signal, restore the body. The resurrection pool that Qin Yun has been longing for. Finally got it. And this thing seems to be far more useful than imagined. There are 3 parts in total: mastermind, watch, and reconstruction instrument. 2 resurrection modes are formed. The first is refactoring before death. As the name suggests, when the watch detects that you are going to die, or uses it actively, it can decompose the body and transform it into a quantum state and return it to the reconstructed instrument. Equivalent to a quick death resurrection point. The second state is to use the main brain to back up itself. Once the watch is not detected in time, or the watch is broken or other powerful attacks, such as attacks that can destroy the quantum state, it will restart the backup and restore the previous self. Pulled out from the prince's time and resurrected. However, Qin Yun always felt that this way of resurrection was a bit scary. I have already died. Is the former self resurrected again? Is it still me? This is undoubtedly a philosophical question. Maybe there will be an answer in a higher civilization, but now Qin Yun can't figure it out. I can only hope that I will never use the second summer lifestyle in my life. The first type, Qin Yun, is acceptable, and it's actually equivalent to teleportation. Daily task has been updated. Concern of higher civilization. Advanced civilization's concern. A certain advanced civilization has observed a strange particle flow between the Earth and the Proxima Centauri. According to the analysis, there may be 12% possible civilizations. They will use the normal cleaning weapon, two-way foil, to clean up the solar system and the Proxima Centauri. The star is cleaned up, and the expected arrival time is 1 year. Please find a way to deal with it or continue the survival of this civilization before the arrival of Erxiang foil. Mission reward. Small pendant. Qin Yun. When Qin Yun was still feeling happy about receiving the resurrection equipment, the next daily task of the system almost didn't make Qin Yun scold him. What the hell? Two-way foil. According to the original timeline, isn't this the plot hundreds of years later? Why did it appear at this time? Higher civilizations detected strange particle streams. Could it be the ones fired from the small pistol to the Proxima Centauri? This is. Didn't you see the hell? Looking carefully at the system tasks, Qin Yun found that this incident was even caused by himself. There is a 12% chance that civilization exists, so we need to clean it up. This probability is so low. Is it necessary? Qin Yun was speechless. Are these advanced civilizations really rich? Even the dark jungle doesn't need to be so active. At least 50% of it is hands-on. Two-way foil blow, is this something he can handle now? Although Ancient One seems to know so much about latitude, even Trisolarans can use two-dimensional technology to create supercomputers like Sophons. The key lies in the energy level. Trisolarans only need 1 proton and a huge amount of energy to produce a Sophon, and most of the energy is consumed in the process of making the proton two-dimensional. And this is just two-dimensionalization of a small particle that is so tiny that it cannot be seen at all. What is two-way foil? The entire solar system can be two-dimensionalized and pressed into a piece of paper. How many protons are there in the solar system? It is completely impossible to describe with normal numbers. This kind of massive attack is very similar to the feeling of a small pistol attacking the Trisolaran galaxy with the particle stream of the blue giant star. Overwhelm opponents with massive power levels. This is perhaps the most common method for advanced civilizations. Even if there is some black technology, it is insignificant in front of this energy level. It's like bombing the sun with a nuclear bomb. No matter how powerful your nuclear bomb is, such a big sun can't be blown away for tens of thousands of years. Qin Yun was silent for a long time, and finally said speechlessly, "Your world is really full of disasters." Although Qin Yun had expected the matter of Erxiang foil, according to the original timeline, it was a matter of hundreds of years later. Qin Yun could have had a lot of time to deal with it. After all, it may not be a matter of hundreds of years later, son. Unexpectedly, it was ahead of time. Although there are reasons of his own, Qin Yun still wants to say that the human beings in this world are too miserable. Luck is really bad. Huh, what happened? Come on, everyone is still celebrating happily. The Trisolarans found a way to survive, the coalition government blocked the invasion, and obtained high-level technology. Everyone was happy. Why did Qin Yun suddenly become serious? Just now, I detected a weapon of a certain advanced civilization, and the two-way foil is about to arrive in the solar system and Proxima Centauri. It will destroy both galaxies. Qin Yun's words are concise and to the point. But it woke up all the people who were originally happy. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured from head to toe. An attack from a higher civilization. What is a two-way foil? Zhang Beihai subconsciously asked. What? Two-way foil? When the Trisolarans heard this, they were also taken aback. They seemed to know the existence of such a thing. Zhang Beihai subconsciously looked at Sofan. Sofan also quickly explained. We once did an experiment, broadcasting the position of a certain fixed star system, and that fixed star system disappeared. That's why we know that there are high-level civilizations that have been cleaning up the civilizations of this universe, and came up with the law of the dark jungle. In this experiment, we analyzed some data and unlocked a part of the technology of latitude science. Sofan's two-dimensional technology was inspired by this. Latitude technology was inspired by the destruction of fixed star. In other words, it is the latitude weapon that destroys those fixed star systems. That's right, we call it dimensional strike, and in our theory, this weapon is called a two-way foil, something similar to paper. It can expand at the speed of light, and make everything in the range two-dimensional, and press it into a two-dimensional plane with a thickness of only one particle. Hiss. Trisolaran's explanation made everyone present gasp. Squeeze an entire galaxy down to the thickness of a particle. Doesn't that mean that all objects and all people must die? This kind of attack is too terrifying. Mr. Qin Yun, are you really sure that we have encountered this kind of attack? Trisolaran suddenly asked Qin Yun respectfully. The moment they signed the contract, they knew that the Trisolaran civilization had already been tied to human civilization. Became a domesticated dog. However, they don't care about their status, they only care about their own survival. Dimensionality reduction strikes against things like two-way foils, which have once again threatened their survival at a deeper level. I can confirm that Erxiang foil is already on the way, and it will be there in 1 year. The system prompts will not be wrong. The battleship that launched the two-way foil may already be on its way, and when the sweeper passes by, they will face this terrifying weapon head-on. However, what Qin Yun is worried about is not the two-way foil. In a year's time, I may be able to find a way to deal with it. The key is the owner of the two-way foil. Is it the Singer civilization that appeared in the original timeline? Or some other civilization? What can I do? Just resolve the three-body crisis. The people of the coalition government have not recovered yet. Suddenly, a higher level of civilization strikes. This is simply outrageous. Moreover, the enemies that appeared this time are obviously stronger. How do they cope? The Trisolaran was also a little panicked. The reason why they can take the law of the dark jungle so seriously is because they have seen the power of those sneaky advanced civilizations. In an instant, the scene of an entire galaxy disappearing from the eyes and being two-dimensional is still vivid in my mind. In front of those civilizations, even their three-body civilization is just a bug, not much bigger than an ant. For a moment, the eyes of both sides looked at Qin Yun at the same time. Now, maybe they can only rely on others. This feeling is really bad. Make entire galaxies. Two-dimensional. Flatten them. Even Ancient One felt bad when he heard the effect of the two-way foil. Knowing about latitude made her understand how difficult it is to do this kind of thing. Is this their most powerful weapon? Ancient One asked. If the top weapon is like this, it can be accepted. After all, some enemies she faces can also achieve a similar level under full-strength explosion. Qin Yun shook his head silently. How should I put it? The two-way foil is just their normal weapon. No, it can't be called a weapon, it should be said to be their broom. Two-way foil is the most widely used thing in advanced civilizations. Generally speaking, it is used by cleaners. Upon hearing this, they were stunned. What cleaner? Is that what I thought it was? That's right, it's just like the cleaners who sweep the floor by the side of the road, but what cleans is civilization. Perhaps for them, It's just that they found a dirty thing on the side of the road, and then they just destroyed the broom at will, and just cleaned it up. Treat 2 fixed star systems as rubbish on the side of the road. Randomly sweep. This kind of adjective makes people's scalp tingle. Trisolarans are almost soul-astral. Because, in their interpretation of dark jungle law, the thought is that the hunter hits the prey and fires a full shot. Good guy, co-author, not full strength at all. Just sweeping trash. From this point of view, the horror of those advanced civilizations is far more exaggerated than imagined. However, don't worry, the man in black will participate in this matter. Qin Yun was silent for a moment, and finally opened his mouth. No matter how to deal with it in the future, after all, it has something to do with me. Even if I run away, I have to bear it. There's no way, he won't pretend he didn't see the mistakes he made. As soon as I heard that Qin Yun wanted to participate, even Trisolaran's eyes lit up. Now, they have a big brother. That's really great. Zhang Beihai only felt that the happiness came too suddenly. The man in black is even willing to face such a terrifying enemy. Is this a community of shared future for mankind? For a moment, he suddenly felt that the men in black were really a great organization. Do you want to work for this kind of organization in the future? Facing such a powerful enemy, and still not knowing the way out, people in the coalition government all became frowning. Although Qin Yun said that he would intervene. But this level of civilizational conflict, the group of people who have not completely left their home planet is really painful. There is no sense of security at all. In case the conflict between the two parties is accidentally sidelined by something, the Earth must not just disappear. After all, they have seen the weapons of the men in black organization before, and adding this two-way foil, it will kill them. Trisolarans are even more uncomfortable. It took a huge amount of effort to alleviate the hostility of the men in black, but now a cleaner of some kind suddenly appeared, and came up to destroy the two galaxies again. They just want to live. What's wrong? However, although everyone pretended to be uneasy, they didn't show it. Things always have to be dealt with one by one. The first thing to be dealt with at present is the issue of how to implement the signed contract. We are 4.2 light-years away from the solar system. No matter before the arrival of the two-way foil or the arrival of the particle flow, we will definitely not be able to transport everyone in such a short time. Sofan set his sights on Qin Yun. Although Trisolarans have the ability and technology of deep space voyage, they are limited by the basic rules of this world. It is difficult for an object to travel faster than the speed of light. Even the spaceship technology of Trisolaran is only driven by antimatter. Although powerful, the antimatter will interfere with the space near the battleship, so that their spaceship can only reach 10% of the speed of light at most. However, their battleships are all built very large, and the process of accelerating and decelerating takes a lot of time. It would take at least 400 years to reach the solar system on their own. How many people do you have? Qin Yun asked. About 100 million or so. The number of Trisolarans is far less than expected. Qin Yun thought they had billions or tens of billions of people. But it's normal to think about it. The environment of the Trisolaran galaxy is extremely harsh, and it is a miracle for every Trisolaran to survive. It is simply impossible to develop too many people. The small population is also the reason why Trisolarans sent Sophons ahead of time to block the Earth's technology. Their technology has reached the upper limit of their existing resources and population. But humans are just getting started. Earth's technology is not limited by population and resources, and will climb thousands of times faster than them. If the Sophons don't lock the technology of the Earth, it is possible that by the time their warships arrive on the Earth, the technological level of human beings will have been equal to or even surpassed. That's pretty simple too. Have you thought about a planet for the Trisolarans from the coalition government? Qin Yun asked. Think about it. Zhang Beihai also got the coalition government's decision through the headset. We are going to give Trisolarans a home on this Mars. Mars. Trisolarans were stunned when they heard that the coalition government wanted to tell Mars to themselves. Even Qin Yun looked at Zhang Beihai in surprise. Mars is not at the same level as other planets in the solar system. This is the only place that can serve as the second home of mankind in the future. After all, human beings are much weaker than Trisolarans, and the environment they can adapt to is limited. Qin Yun thought that the coalition government would hand over Jin Sheng. Although they had said before that they would give Mars to themselves, the reason was that the man in black was now considered the big brother of the coalition government and supported them. It is beneficial to send it out, and the same human beings will not lose money. It's a little bit for the Trisolarans. You know they were still enemies before. It's decided, it's Mars. In the future, Mars will be the residence of the Trisolaran civilization and will be recognized by our coalition government. Zhang Beihai said again with certainty. In fact, the decision made by the coalition government is also the result of multiple considerations. Although Mars is a good thing, if it is handed over to the Trisolarans like this, even they feel a little distressed. But, for some things, we can't really just look at the gains and losses on the surface, we have to look at the future. After this incident, the people of the coalition government discovered this universe is far darker than imagined, and there are countless powerful civilizations. Originally, as the loser, under the oppression of the man in black, the Trisolaran could completely become an animal kept in a cage by humans. But the coalition government doesn't want to really turn them into something that can only be seen in the zoo. After all, the way of thinking of Trisolarans is actually higher than that of human beings, and their intelligence is far from that of Superman's. This is all helpful. It will be a long process for the coalition government to completely digest the technology of the Trisolarans, and this process requires the help of the Trisolarans. After thinking about it, I also thought about their thoughts. Nodded. Indeed, the coalition government also needs to develop. Unlike themselves, they have smart factories, and as long as the technical materials are in place, they can convert technology into items. Their idea is that after the Trisolarans move here, they don't have to think about eating and drinking every day, but work as wage earners. This idea is still very good. So, how do we move? Can we move within a year? Trisolarans don't have much requirements on which planet to go to, and it is definitely best to go to Mars. As for whether you are a monkey or a wage earner when you come here, it doesn't matter. They just want to move here quickly. Didn't you hear what Qin Yun said? Shang Fu will arrive in 1 year's time. The two two-way foils launched attacks on the Trisolaran star and the two galaxies of the solar system. They are absolutely unstoppable. Only when you come to the solar system and get closer to the man in black can you feel a sense of security. After all, the people in Trisolarans don't think that the men in black will waste their resources going all the way to the Trisolarans galaxy to save them. The only hope is to move here quickly before the attack comes. Otherwise, the Trisolaran civilization might just turn into a wandering civilization with some fleets facing the unknown in deep space. As for moving, you can move now if you want to. Now, Trisolaran was still in a hurry, but he was stunned when he heard this. Tomoko looked around. Has your battleship arrived yet? How fast is it sailing? Is it faster than the speed of light? From the perspective of the Trisolarans, the man in black is a civilization higher than himself after all. Perhaps he has already mastered the way of sailing beyond the speed of light. But, didn't you see their boat? Who said you need spaceships? Qin Yun shook his head. He does have a few ships in his hand, but they are all sea level, and the level should be similar to that of the Trisolarans. As for those few small spaceships for the Trisolarans to move, it is better to let them drive their own spaceships for paddling. Come over. It's time for you, Agent G. Qin Yun turned his attention to Ancient One. From the very beginning, he proposed that Trisolarans should come to the solar system to be monkeys. Bah, when they were wage earners. He had already planned to let Ancient One take the shot. Ancient One pointed at himself, not knowing why he suddenly mentioned her. The portal, open a bigger one, let the Trisolarans move over. 5. Good guy. Qin Yun really dared to say that. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get out? It is very difficult for this universe to go beyond the speed of light, but the rules about space are not much different from those of the main universe. Qin Yun is very familiar with Ancient One's ability. Even though this guy is usually not obvious, he has never made a serious move. If Qin Yun remembers correctly, when he was still outside the fourth wall, he once saw the Ancient One teleport the entire Earth away in a parallel world. After all, it is the Sorcerer Supreme that can withstand the latitude Mephisto, not some embroidered pillow. And, most importantly, Kamar Taj's portal magic has a high ceiling. After cultivating to a deep level, you can go to any place you want to go, even different parallel worlds under the same sequence system, even if you don't need to use a medium to move your mind. Although it can't break the wall, it is still very awesome. Now it's just opening a portal 4.2 light years away, open it wider and longer. Even if it suppresses the Ancient One's strength by 70%, it will be absolutely fine. What does the place I need to open the door look like? Ancient One didn't refuse either, and seemed to want to try whether his ability would work in other universes. I have got. Sofan quickly volunteered to simultaneously project the image of the Trisolaran galaxy into the air. After Ancient One glanced, slowly closed his eyes. Then, she began to draw circles in the air. Qin Yun can clearly see that she is not carrying the thing called sling ring in her hand. Sure enough, there is no sling ring, no space magic, and it is only performed by Ancient One for people to see. With her knowledge of space magic, she can cast spells successfully even with her feet, right? Wow, look outside. Ancient One drew circles in the air for more than 10 seconds, but nothing happened. Just when everyone was a little confused, they didn't know what kind of riddle Qin Yun and Ancient One were playing. Agent J, who was sitting by the window, suddenly yelled. Only then did everyone turn their gazes out of the window. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. I saw that above the sky of Mars, an unknown number of meters seemed to have touched space. A golden circle is constantly expanding. The speed of expansion is very fast. It is almost visible to the naked eye. There seems to be nothing wrong with the outside of the circle, just a normal skyscape. But inside, a few unusually dazzling rays of light can be seen. That's 3 fixed stars crisscrossing. There's a hole in the sky. Wouldn't it be the 3-body star on the opposite side? The scene in front of him was really too shocking. It was as if a big hole had been dug out in the sky, revealing another world. At the same time, the Trisolarans far away in the Trisolaran galaxy also detected this portal. Unknown space fluctuations detected near the parent star. The space has been torn apart, a hole has leaked. On the opposite side is the solar system. Above Mars. At this moment, Trisolaran and Mars, as if across time and space, kissed under the golden light, 4.2 light years away, 2 planets that should never be able to see each other in their lifetime. For the first time, face-to-face contact was made. What kind of technology? The Trisolarans were completely shocked, and couldn't figure out what kind of technology could directly tear apart the space and maintain a stable connection to the other end. You must know that even the so-called technology of traveling through space, such as wormholes, only uses gravity to forcibly distort the space to make the distance look shorter. It's not as intuitive as this portal. Why so small? Until a minute later, Ancient One stopped. As soon as he moved, the big hole in the sky was already very big, at least hundreds of kilometers in diameter. This is the first time that Ancient One has attempted to open such a large door. But even so, Qin Yun actually felt a little small. Ancient One, is it going to be bigger? She didn't know that Qin Yun knew the limit of her ability, but he directly teleported the planet and wrapped the planet in with the portal. Compared to a planet, this door is indeed a bit small. Enough is enough, our largest warship is only 10 kilometers away. This is far enough. Trisolaran, however, seemed very content, almost bursting out laughing seeing this portal. Originally thought that the men in black would send warships to help them transport them, but they didn't expect it to be this kind of operation, directly tearing apart the space. Open the door to the house. Isn't this more convenient than taking a spaceship? It's just 2 steps away. With this thing, let alone a year, give them a month to pack and take away the useful things of the entire Trisolaran civilization. Natasha Romanoff was also dumbfounded looking at the big hole in the sky. Is this the world the men in black face? That's what the Karitas did when they invaded Earth, but with the help of the space gem, and the file size of that hole was less than 1% of this one. And now, tell me, this thing was rubbed out with bare hands by the new bald man in black. Do you want to be so outrageous? How long can you last? Qin looked at Ancient One. Ancient One thought for a while and said, it won't last long, maybe 2 or 3 years. When Qin Yun heard this, he was instantly speechless. Only 2 or 3 years. Is this what people say? For the first time he discovered that the Ancient One was like that of Versailles. Qin Yun, that's really not long. In 2 or 3 years, we only need 1 month to pack all the necessities. Sofan didn't recognize the Versailles in Ancient One's words, but gave their data very seriously. Half a month is too long. Qin Yun shook his head forcefully, not planning to give Trisolaran such a long time. Why do you bring so many things? Just bring the valuable ones. Apart from their technology, the most valuable thing about the three-body civilization is its people. In 1 year's time, Air Xiongfoil is coming, and maybe he has to face the civilization behind Air Xiongfoil. Ancient One is the strongest combat power in his hands now. It is impossible to stay here for more than a month as the god of Dor. After finally recruiting a competent general, there are still many places to be used. Qin Yun also pointed to a year to raise the combat power level of the man in black. It is good. Trisolaran felt a little helpless, but he could only agree. After all, the right to speak was now completely in Qin Yun's hands. Already starting to think about what to throw away. While a few people were communicating, they saw a small boat flying out of the portal, heading straight for the Mars base. It contains almost all scientific and technical documents in the history of our Trisolaran civilization. Soon, the spacecraft stopped at the gate of the Mars base. After getting permission, a small robot that looked like an octopus slowly floated in. Then, he handed out something that looked like a USB flash drive. Almost at the same time, the system's notification sound began to sound crazily. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the theory of strong interaction force technology, and related material manufacturing technology, and received a reward, 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the theory of antimatter technology and related technologies, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained gravitational waves, and received a reward of 1,500 points. As an old technological civilization that has been stuck in the second-level civilization for many years, how much technology does the Trisolaran have? Covers almost every aspect, from materials, to energy, to force fields, waves. Countless technical documents, almost a quarter of which are rewarded by the system. As small as 1 or 2 dots, as many as tens of thousands of dots. In just a few seconds, the dense system prompts almost exploded Qin Yun's head. Stop, don't remind me, just tell me how much it is. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the complete second-level civilization technology information, a total of 223,000 reward points. Current balance, 226,000 points. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.